Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo, muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí.
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Like to call the July 23rd, 2024 Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting to order and invite the clerk to conduct roll call.
Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor
Here.
Williams?
And if we could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Hashak is going to lead us off.
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the republic, of the nation, indivisible.
Thank you. We are now on agenda item number 2, public expression. Public expression is the portion of the agenda that allows the public to speak for 2 to 3 minutes on any item of interest so long as this is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. While members of the public are welcome to address the board, under the Brown Act, the board is prohibited from engaging in deliberation or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. Any member of the board is welcome to add an agenda item to a future calendar by working with the chair and the clerk of the board. If you wish to provide comment on items of interest within the subject matter jurisdiction that are not on the agenda, please come forward at this time. And if you could please form a line at the podium so I can tell how many speakers there are, that is helpful. This is for items that are not on the agenda. Okay.
Is this thing on? Okay, there we go. My name is Megan Wolf, and I'm a library assistant for the Mendocino County Library and an SEIU 10-1 executive board member. I was here a few months ago with a book I wrote called If You Give a Mouse a Library Card, and I was talking about all the amazing things that our library staff are doing. Today, I'm here to address 2 things: the board's proposal to increase the employee share of healthcare costs and the urgent need for a $20 county minimum wage. At the Health Plan Committee last week, the county announced that the Board of Supervisors want to try to force employees to pay a higher percentage of their health insurance costs starting next year. This is a terrible idea that us employees will not support. We already have high healthcare costs, and this will be a huge burden on employees already struggling to get by. As a union board member, in the past 6 months, I have met with almost all of you on the Board of Supervisors. At those meetings, I suggested that the county raise the minimum wage to $20 to match fast food workers' starting pay in California. We also asked about raising the wages of our custodial staff, who currently start at $18.23, to fix the understaffing issue that's causing public health concerns in county buildings on the coast. According to the MIT Living Wage Calculator, the living wage for one adult with no children in Mendocino County is $23.08. Even with the COLAs and market studies of the new contract, library assistants and library technicians, who make up 75% of the library's staff, will top out at $20.98 and $21.98 at step 5 in the 3rd year of the contract, which is next year, 2025. There are 11 county positions that will top out at under $23 an hour at step 5 of next year's contract. And I would like to remind you that $23 is living wage in the county with no children, and many of our members have children, and the living wage for one adult, one child is $39. Across the board, landlords in Mendocino County require prospective tenants to earn 3 times their monthly rent, which for these positions would require rent that is about $700, but average rentals in Mendocino County are around $1,300. There are also several county positions, including my own, that do not have 5 complete pay steps because of the increase of the county minimum wage in 2022. Our pay steps should be fixed before the next fiscal year. Those of us working hard at the bottom, many struggling to pay bills, living paycheck to paycheck, we should be your first concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Did you have a question for the speaker?
I had a question for the board. Now that we're out of negotiations, I do support a living wage for all, including contractors that we bring in so that they're not competing to lower wages against county employees. Should the board set up a committee or some sort of process to look at how to accomplish this? I know my colleagues don't have the funds to vote yes on it today, but should we set up a process so that we can work towards getting there?
I would encourage you to bring an agenda item forward, Supervisor Williams.
I'll work with county staff on that agenda item, anyone who's willing.
Good morning, Board. Chair Mulhern, CEO Ansel, County Council. My name is Akesh Eide. I'm the chapter president for SEIU 1021. Today, SEIU 1021 continues its spotlight on services administered and provided by the employees of our county. Today's spotlight is on the Substance Use Disorder Treatment Program, also known as SUDT. SUDT provides direct treatment services for residents who are impacted by drug and alcohol abuse or addiction. You don't need a referral. You can just come on in. If we don't have a program to meet your needs, we have a robust system of community partners that we can send you to. We currently have 10 case-carrying counselors who provide group and one-on-one therapy, including intensive outpatient treatment, which provides 9 to 15 hours of therapy a week for those whose needs don't quite meet the requirements for residential treatment, but are more than the standard 1 or 2 times a week. Of those 10 counselors, 1 is in Fort Bragg, 1 is in Willits, and the rest in Ukiah. 2 are also supervisors. So they have their supervisory duties in addition to their caseload. We have a host of specialty programs, including our Friday Night Live and summer activities programs that offer sober activities to our junior high and high school students across the county, and the Women in Need of Drug-Free Opportunities program, which focuses on removing barriers to treatment for women of childbearing age. And then there's all the court connections: family dependency drug court, adult drug court, behavioral health court. All are close collaborations between the jail, juvenile hall, and family and children's services, social services, probation, parole, community-based providers, medical providers, and SUDT to provide comprehensive linkage to services in and out of the county. And that's a lot, but it's not all. SUDT is also home to the SafeRx Opioid Coalition and the Substance Use Disorder Prevention Program, which seeks to educate medical providers and the public about how to be safe around opioids. They distribute Narcan, provide training to the public on how to give Narcan and what to do if there is an overdose. They work closely with public health to make sure that medical providers have the most current information about prescribing rules and recommendations, and use epidemiology to find hotspots of overdose activity and then do outreach to the community. They also give out fentanyl test strips so that those who are not yet ready to stop using drugs can test their supply and prevent an accidental overdose from unexpected fentanyl. SUDT staff literally saved lives through their work. There is another, more glaring spotlight on the number of deaths due to drug and alcohol abuse, but the candlelight of flicker of the hope offered by the work of SUDT staff is far harder to measure. So today, SEIU 1021 honors their work and the immeasurable impact on our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder for folks that may have come in, we're on item 2, public expression for any item that is not on the agenda. And if you're on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature on Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Alwyn Falkenberg from Adult Protective Services. Good morning to everyone. I come to you this morning to express our collective disappointment to our local government. We have learned that our board of supervisor, our supervisor, has proposed to increase your salary from 96,000 K.
I'm so sorry, but I have to interrupt you because that item is for 4C. And so this item right now that we're on is for 2, for public expression for items that are not on the agenda. So we haven't gotten to that item yet.
So when do you think I could speak?
When we get to item 4C.
When will that be?
I'm not sure.
Because I'm planning to go to Boonville to serve our population in the mountains, to serve our elderly population, and I was hoping that I could speak even a minute to express how we felt in our local government.
Thank you. I hope that it doesn't take too much longer to get there.
So it is better for me to wait here to speak to you guys instead of serving my elderly population in the mountains of Boonville, which I have to go.
I don't think
it's fine.
I'm just trying to follow the process. I really appreciate that you're here, and I'm sorry that the process is the way that it is. Thank you for being here, and we'll be to item 4C as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward for items that are not on the agenda.
Good morning, Board. My name is Gizmo. I'm here in a fire capacity this morning, and I wanted to make sure that now that we have a budget, that we're going to be able to get the sirens and continue forward with part of the 21.6 million that we got from PG&E. Redwood Valley did its own recovery plan, which we had ready by 2019. And so I just want to make sure that the board and Darcy is pushing forward at the Office of Emergency Services to make sure that these contracts that the siren companies brought forward are looked at and voted upon, and the money is allocated. A lot of folks have settled back in Redwood Valley who are here, and it's, I believe, crucial to get our fire insurance back. This county will continue to be stagnant until we can show that we are willing to come to the table with insurance companies and get our fire insurance back. No one will build here. No big projects will happen until we do that. And we are working close, or going to hopefully be liaisoning with the state insurance commissioner to bring them to one of our Redwood Valley MAC meetings to show what we are doing. I think we've reduced a lot of the roadside fires with a crucial idea that's grassroots, which was basically covering chains from tow vehicles that were sparking along our freeways. We recently had one last September, less than a mile from the CAL FIRE headquarters. And so there's still a lot of work to do. I noticed when I drove in this morning that we're still allocating money through the county to a fencing company whose chains are not compliant, less than a block away from here. Gelati Brothers, same, chains are not compliant with the California State Vehicle Code. There is no new discoveries to be made. There's no, you know, it's really obvious that we have a big issue with education when it comes to fire. And I would implore you, please stop awarding contracts and to people who don't even know how to be fire safe in our area. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, did you have a question for
Yeah,
the commenter?
two questions. One, I thought the county had issued all of the PG&E money that was going to fire districts, 2 fire districts. Are we the block, or is this, should this topic be raised at a fire district?
The CEO has the answer to that, and then also, is there another question that the CEO might be able to answer?
The concern about awarding contracts to vendors that are not complying with state law. What's the follow-up?
CEO, I believe, could also answer that, but Gelati Construction is not a county job. That's a City of Ukiah job. CEO Antle?
Thank you. Through the chair, if I may, we do have Shwen Ung here as well. Malala, sorry, got that wrong. As well, to answer about the siren project is moving forward. We have some technical challenges that we were unaware of, and we were working directly with PG&E to hang the sirens on their poles. So that's taking a little bit longer than we thought originally intended. So I don't know. Shwen, did you have anything else to add?
And
good morning.
Good morning, Swen Milela. I'm sorry I missed part of the earlier comments, but regarding the science project, we do have until December to finish phase 1, which is a feasibility study, and we are working closely. We're getting technical assistance. We just met with Howard, the Shield DOT director, yesterday to get his opinions. We are working with PG&E under, you know, where the PG&E lines fall, working with utility companies, and the project is ongoing.
thank you. And I guess for the CEO, just as we review policy 1, we could follow up and make sure that maybe there's something in there we could put about the contractors adhering to vehicle code or chain requirements or what have you, as we look at that policy.
Certainly through the chair. We can look at those contracts currently that we have to ensure that everyone's following the safety code, but to the direct point outside here, that is not a county project, that's a city project. But I'll definitely work with our facilities and our procurement team to ensure that.
Thank you.
We've asked that there be an educational section in their monthly meetings if possible. Thank you.
So again, this is item 2 for public expression for items that are not on the agenda, and I do have 2 hands raised online.
Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Not so much. Facebook eliminated Goldilocks, so I'm going to have to incorporate Goldilocks into myself somehow. But always gratitude and appreciation. First of all, happy birthday, Supervisor Williams. I'm so happy to be the first one to say that. Thank you for that, Mo. And again, gratitude and appreciation. I missed last session because I really wanted to be here to say how much I appreciated 2 people that came up to me in the last month. Just so open their heart, thank me for what I do, which is incredible because they're the ones doing the hardest work. And again, Sarah Pierce, put in such a hard position, and she knows that I support the other person that was in her job. And the way she came to me and looked me right in the eyes, it just touched me right in my heart, and it's just the honesty. Things that people write about so much that we don't have, we have nothing but here. And I'm looking as county council's looking at me. I so appreciate it that you took that job. Thank you very much. All the people that I'm staring at, it's just like you're my board, and you're our board. And I wish these people would just get off of it and yet give these new, they think the 2 new supervisors come here and change everything. Well, they're going to find out, just like we have all found out. It doesn't happen overnight. And the mess that people say that we're in, we're not in. We cleared the deck, just like I asked if anybody was paying attention a long time ago. And it's been disastrous. I've been through my own disasters. And it just amazes me because the missing piece is the public always. The public will complain, but will never step forward. And so I want to move on with gratitude and appreciation because Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting is tomorrow. We lost another member, 3rd member in the year I've been on. I'm the only new member. Flinda Behringer, she might have been my anchor. She was the chair, and now she's gone. If it wasn't for Perry Caller, our vice chair, I wouldn't even be getting into these meetings. So she makes sure that I get to these meetings. So thank you, Perry. And then lastly, I'm going to finish up again with UPD, begin my own problems, which many of you I personally let know about because these things need to be taken care of. I'll take care of my own issues, but the public needs to stand proper witness. If you didn't see anything, then don't say you didn't see anything. But if you should be there, then be there. And be a proper witness and stand witness for other people. That's all I ask, and it's not being done. So quit complaining about everybody up here. It's the public.
Okay, thank you. If you're a speaker in the room and you want to speak on public expression, if you could form a line after this speaker, I am going to go online to Peter McNamee and Karen, but it would visually let me know that somebody else wants to speak on public expression if you stand. So please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Mulheron, Board, CEO Antle. My name is Veronica Wilson. I'm a program administrator in social services. One of my primary responsibilities in my duty there is to oversee the annual point-in-time count of people experiencing homelessness throughout our county. The report should be coming out soon, but I bring that up because I want you all to know those numbers, when you see them, include county employees. There are employees of this county who are living in their cars. We're sleeping and staying in substandard housing. Their incomes are too high to qualify for any programs, but too low to be competitive with any of our local landlords. Rents are sky high. Corporations are buying up properties. When I bought my house, I had to compete with a corporation. We are not competitive in our wages. And now I hear you're proposing to increase our share of health insurance? I can't afford that. If I can't afford it, I can't imagine what our custodians can't do. They're probably going to have to apply for Medi-Cal. But because their incomes are based on gross, not after everything is taken out, we're over income. So please, when you read that report, know there is something you can do directly to change those numbers. Give us a reasonable COLA. Don't be hypocritical. Don't be hypocritical. This is very difficult. I have colleagues here who want to speak their mind, who need to go and serve our senior population, and they're having to wait because of the Brown Act. So I respectfully ask that the board consider moving that agenda item regarding your wage increase earlier and as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams, did you have a question?
Yeah,
for the committee?
I had a question for the speaker. I don't have the data. How many county employees do you believe are homeless or in substandard housing?
Within social services,
Yeah.
I know we have probably at least 12 or more.
That's significant.
That is.
So I think it would be useful for the board to ascertain the total count across all county employees. Just as another data point as we deliberate on it.
Why is my time running when he's speaking?
I'm sorry. Chair? I apologize. I didn't mean to use your time.
I answered his question. Do you have anything else?
No, but I guess question for the board. I think it's a good point. If we have county employees who are homeless or living in substandard conditions, we should get a tally and be tracking that. That's one of the benchmarks that should matter to us.
Well, I do believe Supervisor Williams that it does, and I think that there, and previously when this has been discussed, there's been follow-up by the team to look into that and try to see how we could help our employees. So I'm certain that there will be follow-up to make sure that everybody is getting their needs met. I understand that rentals are very high, but I'll follow up with you about those specific people. Thank you. Peter McNamee, if you could please unmute and be heard on public expression for items that are not on the agenda.
Thank you very much. I want to speak to two items today briefly. One is I want to remind the board, I know you're keenly aware of it, but I think it's important to remind you from time to time. Back in 2021, this present board embraced a net zero carbon emission policy for the county. And at least as far as I try to track along to see what progress has been made in implementing that policy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I still think the county has not hired a contractor to implement the energy conservation recommendations that were made to the board by the Wildan assessment. And as a result, here we are 3 years later, and we're still wasting energy and polluting the environment. So I would ask the board to make a point of impressing upon the staff that it's important to move forward in implementing those recommendations. It's in the best interest of the taxpayers. It's in the best interest of the county employees. It serves to reduce the costs. I've heard lots of comments today about the need for wage increases. When monies go to pay PG&E and other energy providers for wasted energy, that's money that comes out of their salaries. The second issue that I believe needs to have board attention is We're still waiting for the board to make a decision on the appeal that was presented to the Planning Commission's decision on the gas station proposed for Redwood Valley. The environmental community has joined with the residents of Redwood Valley in solid opposition to that gas station, and yet it continues to linger without a final decision being made. I would encourage the board to again take action to impress upon those entities that it's waiting for information from, that time is of the essence. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you. I think Supervisor Hashak has a question for you or for the CEO.
Well, I was just going to comment on the first question about the Carbon Reduction Act, and we have approved an RFP that well, the RFP went out. We approved the contractor Amoresco, and according to Tim Hallman, we are just in the process of finalizing that contract. So that work will be done as soon as that contract is finalized.
Thank you. Karen Bowers, if you could please unmute and be heard.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to say happy birthday to Supervisor Williams. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ted. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, thank you for that. So seeing no one else come forward for public expression, I did want to move the agenda forward. So I'll just say I'm going to take the consent calendar. I'm going to take 4B, which is a notice public hearing, and then I'll take 4C and take 4A after 4C. So on the consent calendar, are there any board members that wish to pull an item? Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 3W and 3AD.
For comment or separate consideration?
For comment.
Okay, Supervisor Williams?
Was that Bravo or Delta, John?
A Delta.
Thank you. So I'd like to pull 3M, 3AB, 3AF, 3Z, and 3X.
Separate consideration or comment?
Well, we could start with a comment.
Okay.
You want me to?
Supervisor McGordy?
Like for my switch to work, I would like to pull item 3I
For separate
comment.
consideration. Okay. So let's go ahead and take the items for comment, and then we'll do Supervisor Williams, then we'll do your items. So Supervisor Hashak, 3W, 3AD?
Well, 3W is important for the Measure B. It's the approval of the RFP contract for building the PUF unit, psychiatric hospital facility. And so it came in at $13,300,000, which it was budgeted for, I think, $19.5 million. So it's about $6 million under budget at this point, and we look forward to starting that, doing the groundbreaking and all that work. So I think that's really good news for Measure B and the public's money.
Thank you. And 3AD?
3AD is just recognition of the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission and those people who are doing that work and have been doing it. And talking with them earlier, they said that they had 60 years of participation on that board. So that's really commendable because they're really looking out for the youth of our community or county. And just it's really a sign of dedication and real public service. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
I just wanted to comment on item 3I, which is the State Controller's report. The thing that I'm concerned about, there was no supervisor input, so some of the information I think in that report is incomplete. Specifically, that no risk assessment was done. I think there was a risk assessment done because when interim Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Sarah Pierce took over in the space of 10 months, we've completed and closed 2 years of books. We've gone through 2 annual comprehensive financial reports. The second one had no material findings, which is the highest level that you can get. We have a software system that's working. We've closed the two books that were going on with Excel files, and we've also gotten 15 bank accounts into chain of custody by the auditor controller. So that wouldn't have happened without some planning. It's unfortunate that the electeds in the offices were not cooperative and did not want to work with us, and that's a fact. And I think had the state controller's office included us in their investigation, they would have heard this. We will have a chance to respond in the next 6 months, and I hope that will be included. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Williams, items 3M, 3AB, 3AF, and item Z.
And X.
And X.
So my concern is the same as past concern over retroactive items. It's really appropriate for the public to have a chance to give comment before we spend the public's money. And when we issue these retroactively, the public can come and give comment, we can deliberate, but the money is already spent. We're not going to say no to a vendor that's been engaged with the county. But I see different buckets here. Some are more concerning than others. The 3Z, the fiber voice communications, that's a regulated service. We probably can't negotiate with them. There are terms. It's a renewal. I don't think it's great that it's on as a retroactive, but I don't think it's high risk to the county. There's other larger contracts where either it's a large sum of money on a new project and the public and staff deserve to give their input before we engage, or there aren't any terms at all. In which case, if we have a vendor working for months for the county and something goes wrong, how do you think it'll end up in court where we have no terms that they were operating under because we hadn't executed a contract ever? I don't think it's a good practice. I don't want to vote no on these today, but I want us to do better. How does this board direct that we shift the approval process? A lot of these contracts could come to us earlier in the process. We don't have to be the last signature. We could be the first signature. We could authorize our department heads to execute the contracts up to a certain amount, subject to it being in budget, coming before the board at a previous date. There's ways to not get ourselves into a position where we have to issue retroactively. And then last, item 3X doesn't have an explanation. It's a request to retroactively increase 50,000 to 100,000. I would like the explanation.
Okay, I see Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson coming down for item 3X, and then CEO Antle, if you could describe to Supervisor Williams and the community the work that's being done regarding retroactive.
I believe the department heads are hearing the concern on retroactive contracts, and we are working very closely with outside counsel on policy 1, which will kind of alleviate some of that pressure. I think that you're talking about, Supervisor Williams.
Thank you. And Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, Council Scott, Charlotte. So Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So this item should not have the word retroactive in it. It's an amendment to a purchasing agreement. So this was an administrative error. So the approval, the department head has the authority through with the purchasing agent for up to $50,000. Due to the ongoing investigation, there needs to be additional funds added. So we're above our $50,000 authority, so we need to add an additional $50,000, and we believe that.
Okay. With that, I'm happy to leave these on the consent calendar. Sure. And then, but one other comment: the item on Momentum for almost $1 million, I think is a larger policy discussion that board needs to have about our long-term plan for accounting software, because we could very well be spending $1 million in the wrong direction.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, I would now like to open the public comment for any item that is on the consent calendar. That would be any item that begins with a 3.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is John Azaro, and I'm a retiring commissioner on the Mendocino County Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission. I've lived in this county for 48 years, and a third of that time I've been on the commission. And many times I wondered why I stayed. And I stayed because of the dedication of the other commissioners. All of us have served this county and the youth of our county for a long time. And I'm really grateful for the things that we were able to do. We've seen many boards of supervisors come and go during that period. and we've had the privilege of helping to select chief probation officers. And the last one we chose was a really good one. He's been with us for 7 years, and Eisen has done a fine job. We've inspected group homes, now there are very few of them, and spent a lot of time in juvenile hall. We've staffed, we met with the youth in the hall, we've met and had lunch with them time and time again, and got a real personal connection to what good service our employees are doing for the youth of our county. There have been many projects that we are proud of that we did in this period of time. None more important than keeping juvenile hall open. As you know, it was very close to being closed, and we fought very hard because we felt it was important to our community to keep the hall open. I ask you to please continue to value and support the important work of the Commission, and it serves our entire community, the whole family of which we're all a part. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Dee Pallison, District 5. I'm concerned that, this is about item 3I. I'm concerned that this report is on the consent calendar. I feel with everything that's going on with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, with our budget, with the fact that the state is being called in to help us with all of this, that the public deserves a conversation and information about how we are handling all of these things. I heard Supervisor McGordy say that, you know, in 6 months there may be a final report or something like that. I wasn't aware of that, but I think that the public deserves to be involved in the conversation and to hear what the plan is throughout the plan and not just hear it at the end. And so it really concerns me that this report is on the consent calendar. I think it should be open to discussion by the board. We should hear from Sarah Pierce, who's done an amazing job, and to allow the public to not only hear but participate in the conversation.
Thank you for that. There was some conversation that happened at our last board meeting regarding this report, and today's item is just to receive the report, and there will be an item that is not on the consent calendar for public discussion that will come forward with the plan. And I do see that Sarah Pierce has her hand raised, so if she could please unmute and speak to this item. And I don't know if you have additional items on the consent calendar that you wish to speak to, Sarah. Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council Scott. Sorry, I can't be with you today. I did just want to clarify that during the exit interview, when I did speak with the auditors, I had, gone over the various timelines and the plans that we have in place to kind of try to address some of these items. And it was very clear that they were looking for an assessment that was done prior to the combining of the offices in the position. And because it is a fairly common practice to have an assessment done, I went ahead and accepted the finding and agreed with their recommendations. And as noted in the prior board meeting, we do have 6 months to complete the corrective action plan. Some of the findings, specifically in parts 1 and parts 3, do include departments outside of the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector departments. And I can work with the CEO's office to set up meetings with those various departments involved over the next few months and bring back a comprehensive plan to the board before we do submit it to the state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And additional comments on the consent calendar in the room, and then I'll go online.
Yeah, good morning, Chair, board members, county staff, Eisen Locatelli, Chief Probation Officer. I want to first address 3AC. 3AC is a proclamation recognizing probation, pretrial, and parole services week. The Governor Newsom has sent out a proclamation, as has the senator from Merced County in Senate Resolution number 44. The board's written their own proclamation, which is attached. This is an opportunity for me to address my staff. Probation isn't the most well-paid department. Staff aren't the most well-paid, but morale isn't dictated by money. Morale is often dictated by camaraderie and working together. My department over the years has been through a lot. I've been here 17 years. And so I want to take a moment to read something that we authored in recognition of my staff.
So I want to take a moment to express my gratitude and appreciation to each member of our probation team. Your dedication, professionalism, and commitment to protecting the public via proactive interventions is truly commendable. Every day you demonstrate exceptional skill and compassion in your interactions with our clients, providing firm, consistent guidance and support that fosters rehabilitation and promotes community safety. I'm continually impressed by your resilience and determination, particularly in navigating the complexity that exists with the ever-changing industry that is California probation in a rural county. Your efforts do not go unnoticed, and they are instrumental in our collective success as an organization. Thank you for your hard work, perseverance, and the remarkable difference you make in the lives of those you supervise and the community you serve. It is an honor to lead such a talented and dedicated group of professionals. So that's 3AC. In honor of Probation Services Week for California.
Thank you.
3AD is already pulled by Supervisor Hashak and commented on by one of our long-standing commissioners, John Azaro. I've had an opportunity to work with these commissioners throughout my going on 7 years as a chief. They're dedicated individuals. We have Noel, we have John, we have Kate. Liba's not here today. We have Gary. There are more commissioners, but these are the long-standing ones that are in attendance today. I know it's super confusing for folks who don't work in the profession, but the Juvenile Justice Commission and the Delinquency Prevention Commission, known as the JJDPC, is what our county uses. These folks meet with not only my office, although my office is most often talked about when they're meeting, but it's all youth in the county. It's a Delinquency Prevention Commission. We hope that the work that they do stops kids from coming into the juvenile justice system and stops them from coming into juvenile hall. Juvenile hall isn't an end all. It's just an opportunity for kids to receive treatment and rehabilitation and hopefully reentry into the community and back into their lives. It isn't a kid that most people think is just a lost cause. They're not. It's oftentimes their families or whatever else. So I just wanted an opportunity to talk on 3AD quickly, and that's the main thing. The commission is now overseen by the court instead of the county, but they still report to the county and work with my office. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And there is an individual on Zoom that has their hand raised with an unidentifiable name. So if you could please state your name for the record before you give your comments on items that are on the consent calendar.
Okay, good morning. This is Valerie Stanley, the Tipple officer for the Sherwood Valley Tribe. I wanted to talk about item number 3B, the applications for Lindsay Dick and Bill Cole. I wanted to state that the tribe were in support of those two applications. They, for the Art Commission, they both have been very instrumental in keeping the communication open with our tribe for the county projects.
Thank you.
As we work with the planning department on different cases. So I just want you to know that the Sherwood tribe, we're now called Shibaldenokai, is our name in our traditional language. We're in support of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else come forward in the room for consent and having no hands raised online, Supervisor Hashak?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, for anybody that may not have been in the room, I'm going to take things just a bit out of order here. We have a notice public hearing that I'm going to take right now. That's item 4B. Then I'm going to take item 4C, and then we'll do item 4A before having a break. So item 4B is a notice public hearing, discussion of possible action, including adoption of a resolution to confirm the proceedings and assessments for the new special benefit assessment for the operation and maintenance of the Willits Creek and Firco emergency access routes. Ordering the operation and maintenance of improvements and designating various county officers to provide notice of and to collect, receive, and deposit assessments to a special fund. Submission of ballots in favor of special benefit assessment for county-owned parcels and announcement of ballot tabulation results. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established and any correspondence given to clerk of the board has been sent to the board.
Okay, thank you. This is the public hearing to consider the new special benefit assessment for the operation and maintenance of the Willits Creek and Firco emergency access roads. Please be advised that any ballots submitted after the close of this public hearing will not be considered. And I will now open the public hearing and ask for the staff report.
Good morning, Swen Malala, Executive Office. And with our team, we have, I'd like to introduce Anna Mackin, Administrative Analyst, Jared Swass, our Deputy County Counsel, and in the audience, we have Mr. Douglas Dove, our engineer who prepared your engineer's report. He made it all the way here from the East Bay, from retirement. Okay. As your board is aware, the county has looking since 2021 of exploring options for a CS3 area for the Sherwood Road area. The board then directed staff to abandon the CSA3 path due to the complications and move forward with a special assessment project. So this project will fund immediate road repairs and ongoing maintenance needed for the two emergency access routes, which are the Firco Road and the Willits Creek Road. Repairs include enhanced draining, installation of maintenance of culverts and roadside fields reduction, may include installation of new gates and turnouts, vegetation fire break, and road servicing. The benefit area for this project for the two emergency access routes include Brook Trails, Spring Creeks, Sylvandale, and the Gate subdivision. It includes both developed and undeveloped parcels and any publicly owned benefiting parcels. As you are aware, on May 21st, the board passed a resolution declaring its intention to establish this new benefit assessment for the operation and maintenance of these two emergency access routes. Today's public hearing is to satisfy the Proposition 218, where we hold a public hearing for the board to hear any protests and objections to the proposed assessment. The final engineer's report is attached in your item, which details the improvements needed for the two evacuation routes and the final amount to be levied. I will turn it now to Administrative Analyst Anna Mackin.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council, Anna Mackin, Executive Office. Assessment ballots were mailed to all property owners affected by the special assessment by June 7th, as required by law. County staff conducted a public meeting at the Brook Trails Community Services District at the regular board meeting on May 28th. We also attended the CSD's regular meeting on July 9th to answer questions. At this meeting, the Brook Trails Board voted in favor of the assessment for their parcel votes. If approved by voters, the earliest the special assessment will appear on the tax roll is for fiscal year 2024 or 2025. The county will not impose an assessment if there is a majority protest. A majority protest exists if if ballots submitted in opposition to the assessment exceed the ballots submitted in favor. In tabulating the ballots must be weighted according to the proportional financial obligation of affected property. The proposed benefit assessment term is set at 20 years. The rate of the special benefit is proposed at $30.33 per developed parcel and $1.39 per undeveloped parcel annually. This is subject to annual increase based on change in the consumer price index for the West region. Unimproved parcels that are later improved will be assessed at the developed parcel rate annually after improvement. For improved parcels, the rate was initially set at $30.88, but per the final engineer's report, it has been adjusted to $30.33. Unimproved parcels remain the same at $1.39 per parcel. The counting of the ballots will commence once the chair closes the public hearing, and staff will return to the Board of Supervisors meeting and announce the results before the end of the day. If the ballots show the result is a majority, if there's not a majority protest against the assessment, the board is recommended to adopt the resolution to confirm the proceedings and assessments for the special benefit assessment. Staff also recommends that the board vote in favor of the special benefit assessment for the 3 parcels owned by the County of Mendocino within the benefit area. That completes our prepared comments, but we're here to answer questions, as well as our engineer and county council.
Thank you. Do any members have questions? Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jordy?
I don't have questions. I wanted to thank staff on the execution. I think this project could save lives in the long term. And I want to thank Supervisor Haschak for carrying it forward. This has been a long time in the making. And hopefully it's a model that we can replicate elsewhere.
Supervisor Jordy and Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, so this is to maintain some gravel or dirt roads that are emergency access either out or into the neighborhood in the event of a fire emergency. I know that the state recently awarded a planning and environmental review grant for a permanent paved road into the neighborhood. So I assume that those routes that are being looked at through that other grant are perhaps a different route, or I'm just curious, would one of these routes be potentially the same route that's evaluated for the all-purpose road?
Supervisor Haschak, do you know the answer to that question?
Yeah, these are different routes.
Supervisor McGordy?
I just want to compliment all the hard work on this, especially Supervisor Haschak, who's worked closely with the community, and then as well as our staff who have managed to implement it. And I'm hoping that this is a model that we can use in other neighborhoods that are one way in, one way out, including the East Hills, where we have a grant for doing some planning, which I'm still hopeful will get done sometime soon. And I congratulate everybody for getting to this point, because it's been a lot of work. I can see what I know that between staff work and working with the community and the engineering report, which is well done, this is something that I think is going to be both useful and we should be proud of.
Thank you. Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I'll just hold off my comments until after the voting's done and counted, and they'll bring it back in the afternoon.
Okay. So we'll now take any public comment, including considering all objections or protests, if any, to the proposed assessment. Please know that once the public hearing is closed, ballots will no longer be accepted. Those who wish to provide public comment in chambers, please come to the podium one by one. Those who wish to provide public comment via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature now. For public comment, we request that you state your name for the record, and comments will be limited to 3 minutes each so that everyone may be heard. Please come forward.
So, my name is Chris Rasco, and I'm here to make the Brook Trails community and the board aware that I am the owner and the only owner of any part of the Firco road, otherwise known as Metal Arc Trail. Mr. Hatchick was made aware of that on 5/28/24, the Brook Trails meeting. I purchased the property listed as A1 back in 2021. As you know, this road's proposed for an egress, which is a great idea. All for it. Last year, during one of the board meetings here, or supervisors meetings, Firewise and Mr. Hatchak stated that they had permission from the property owners and that they had used grant money already on these roads. Well, I'm here to say that no one has ever contacted me. No one has ever done any work on the roads. Where's that grant money gone to? My address is on the deed. You can contact me. So just so you know, I want this to happen, but I'm the property owner and I'm responsible. Who's going to be keeping people off my property when they're trying to run a road right through my 16 acres? Who's going to be covering the liability insurance? So anyway, that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional public comments on this item? If you could please come forward.
I'm Ramona Waldman. I wanted to say, repeat partly what Chris Rasco said. No communication between Mendocino County and the current owner of A1, assessor parcel number 097-330-0200, Chris Rasco or Waldman. Ramona Waldman contacted Supervisor Haschak about her concerns by email on January 3rd, 2020, and we also spoke on the phone that same day. I have a copy of the emails. If anyone's interested, this proposal disregards those concerns. Waldman has an express deed to Meadowlark Trail, as it is known in the past, and it is only access to their home property. Quiet title to the road through A1 was awarded to Waldman on July 14th, 2010 by the Honorable Judge Benke. That property has been in private ownership since January 10th, 1986. A quiet title action eliminates any kind of interest or adverse claim. A claim includes any legal or equitable right, title, estate, lien, or interest in the property. Waldman's main concern is the condition of the surface of the road, including drainage, and the ability to access Waldman property at the same level as at present, 365 days a year. Waldman is the only party who has maintained that road for greater than 40 years. We're talking about the part of the road from Poppy Drive down to the Blue Gate. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but Mr. Hashek is. The shaded fuel break work left the ditches filled with debris, causing Waldman extra burden. During the Oak Fire, an unauthorized evacuation using Waldman driveway was done by members of Sherwood Firewise, ironically towards the fire. CAL FIRE graded rock off the road and altered the drainage on parts of the road. All the activity on the driveway damaged the road, and Waldman needed to have rock hauled and spread to fix that damage. I have the receipts. At the presentation that Supervisor Hashek conducted on May 28, 2024, he stated that in the MOA, the County of Mendocino Transportation Department would be responsible for upkeep of the road. This could mean a delay in repairs after an evacuation, which is unacceptable to Waldman, and no information as to the rest of the MOA agreement, such as the non-fire usage and maintenance from that usage, was mentioned in that meeting. Fire trucks are heavy and so cause extra wear and tear on a road. So what I am asking for is a guarantee for what I have done, what the Waldmans have done on that road. That road, the easement was initially given to my husband before I was with him, and that road was a mess. It was gullies and it wasn't rocked at all. And I've told Mr. Pajek there, and it's very disappointing that my own supervisor has disregarded my concerns to my home and all the value that we have put into that road. And the people from Sherwood Firewise don't even understand that. It's upsetting, and I am not objectional to having people saved. I need a guarantee that that road will be maintained at exactly the level it is maintained now. And I don't want the Department of Transportation to be in charge, because have you seen some of these roads that the Department of Transportation is in charge of? They don't have the money to take care of everything. Don't you think that one entity would be low priority on their maintenance? And rock isn't even, when you mentioned what was for, rock wasn't even mentioned.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry. Thank you. You're out of time. So I don't have any additional comments on Zoom. Are there any additional comments from the board? Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, so we have council that's been working on this, and I assume DOT is participating in the meeting remotely. Are there any staff responses to what was said about maintaining the road in perpetuity?
County Council Schwash?
In perpetuity, so this assessment is for 20 years, and so after the run of that assessment, we'll have to present this back to the board and the voters again if they want to continue the assessment at that stage.
Well, I guess, is there a response to the comments made by the property owner about the maintenance of the road? Her concern seems to be that if this goes through, that the road will be maintained at least at the level that it's in today.
Yeah, so as detailed in the engineer's report, there is additional maintenance taken into consideration for the road, and in regards to the funds for DOT that is the reason for having the special assessment is to, it's a full cost recovery assessment, so the funds associated with the repairs and maintenance of the road, DNT will collect that, or the county will collect that and put it in a special fund specifically for the maintenance, which has been allocated for in this engineer's report.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak and Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, part of the way that this works is that there's these MOUs, memos of understanding, between Brook Trails and the private property owners along these routes. There's about 7 of those property owners, and the routes consist of maybe 4.5 miles overall. This is a very small part of it. We're appreciative of all the owners having these MOUs in place, but they do have a, with 1 year notice, they can pull out of the MOU. If they don't want to continue having their road maintained in a proper working order.
Sorry, sir. The process is that we have public comment at the microphone and have the 3 minutes. So before we close the public hearing, board, do I have, Supervisor Williams, I apologize.
It's okay. So I appreciate that landowners are looking out for their neighbors. I think this is good public safety. But I heard 2 concerns I would like to get resolved. One is the liability. We can't have those property owners that are generous enough to enter into the MOU taking on more liability should somebody, member of the public, cross and get hurt. And the second was the maintenance, that they don't want their road to be any worse than it is today. And I can think of multiple ways to manage that. One would be take photos of the current condition, survey the current condition, and promise that as long as this program, until somebody withdraws, we're going to maintain that road at least at the current level. But I do want to avoid a situation where a year from now, people, some of these landowners are showing up complaining that the road is deteriorated. Our answer can't be, it's in a queue, DOT will get to it. It has to be, we're responsible for keeping it at that level that it was when we began the program. Any thoughts on how we can provide some assurance? And I think there's 2 reasons. One is it's the right thing to do in this situation. But second, we're not going to be able to pull off this model elsewhere if the public learns that there's a personal risk by engaging.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, the idea with these emergency access routes is they are not open to the public. All we are doing is maintaining the roads so that if there is an emergency, that emergency vehicles can access that area using those routes. So we're not opening anything up to the public. There's nothing changing in that regard.
But the concern is if a member of the public using that road or an emergency vehicle, somebody gets hurt, property is damaged, who's responsible? Does the property owner have any liability, or is the county absorbing that liability? If you can say the county's absorbing it, then I'm not concerned, but I think that's the concern I heard from the landowner, and I would have that concern as well if the public were crossing my land.
Well, I'll look to Deputy County Counsel Jared Schwass, but my understanding is that the public is not allowed on those roads. They're private roads, and so the only time they would be used is in an emergency, and that's when the sheriff and CAL FIRE have jurisdiction over those kind of situations.
So 2 questions then. One, in those situations, if there's damaged property, somebody gets hurt, is the county responsible 100%?
Well, look, the Deputy County Counsel.
If I may, through Chair, Deputy County Counsel Jared Schwass, to give you a response about full liability is difficult in a vacuum. Each specific case is going to have specific factors of what caused any specific damage. And I would also have to review the MOUs. I wasn't a part of preparing and securing those. So, because you typically on MOUs, there is a provision about liability and coverages within liability.
Yeah.
So I'd have to look at what the MOU specifically dictates.
So I don't want to put you on the spot, John, it sounds like we're not completely prepared to answer the question. What I want to tell those landowners is the county's responsible. They're not incurring any liability by engaging in this program. And then the second concern about the road maintenance, I think we do need to promise that the road will be maintained at least at the current level. And I haven't heard that. I've heard language kind of dodging that. Are we actually responsible at maintaining at the current level? And then to B, if we improve a road, you will have public using it. It's inevitable, right? When it's a dirt trail, a few people will trespass and walk. When you turn it into a maintained gravel road, there will be more traffic on it. Who's responsible for that traffic? We're not inviting the public. We're saying they shouldn't be using it, but we know they will.
No, these roads are gated, and so there is no public access to those roads. And if we're getting, what is it, $60,000 a year to do this maintenance work, there's a major landslide or something. Is the county responsible for that?
I probably not. It depends on the facts. But if the public if the fire services or the public are using this road during an evacuation and there's an injury, that can't be the responsibility of the landowner.
No,
I think that's a concern I hear.
Yeah, and I don't think it ever is our responsibility. If the sheriff tells people to evacuate a certain route, then, I mean, you're not responsible for that.
If I may, through the chair, Deputy County Counsel Jared Schwass, again, speaking about specific liabilities and types of injuries, it's difficult to give a blanket statement of who will be responsible for that specific liability, because there's, for example, if someone's crossing the roads, there's several different ways that a person can get injured, and so it's difficult to give a blanket statement of whether or not the county would cover responsibility for liability.
Let me try a different route then. There's one landowner here who seems concerned today. Have we met with him and resolved his concern? Do we have an MOU with him? Because this program will be improving his road, which means we need an MOU in place. I saw him indicate that there's no MOU.
Yeah.
So
we have an MOU with the previous owner, and that MOU could be terminated with 1 year's notice.
the current owner could terminate it.
Yeah.
And the chair has to follow the rules. But my concern is unless we find a way to meet in the middle where the landowner feels comfortable with the arrangement, that landowner probably will terminate. And then what have we accomplished?
Well,
so anyway, I won't raise any more concern, but I think there needs to be some sort of negotiation out of this room to get all of the parties aligned, or I'm not sure that this program will work.
yeah, that's understood.
Thank you. So Supervisor Hashak is going to continue working with the property owners. At this time, before we close the public hearing, do I have a motion as to the submission of ballots in favor of the special benefit assessment for the county-owned property?
John, this is your district. Do you want to?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Second.
We need a roll call vote, please, clerk.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
At this point, I will close the public hearing. And do I have a motion as to the submission of ballots? Excuse me. I'm prepared to close the public hearing. This is the last opportunity to submit a ballot. I'm not seeing anyone come forward. So the public hearing is now closed. And staff, will you please announce from which publicly accessible location will the ballots be tabulated?
The ballots will be tabulated across the hall inside the elections office. The cameras will be on, and the public can watch the tabulation of the ballots from the TV on the hallway.
Okay, that's 501 Low Gap Road, room 1020. I would like to ask staff to begin such tabulation and return to the board when you conclude to report an announcement of the tabulation results. This item will be continued until such time as the tabulation is ready to be reported. If there's not a majority protest, this board will consider adoption of the resolution at that time. Thank you. I'd like to call, we're going to have item 4C before we take a break. So item 4C is the discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino, amending Chapter 3.04.071 of the Mendocino County Code, increasing the base salary for members of the Board of Supervisors.
Good morning again, Chair, members of the board, CEO, County Council, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. Consistent with the direction received from the Board of Supervisors regarding bringing all positions to market over 2 fiscal years, Human Resources conducted a salary survey for the Board of Supervisors. Human Resources used Humboldt Lake and Sonoma counties for the market comparators. These are the same comparators used for salary surveys to adjust the salaries of department heads, the chief executive officer, elected officials, and the unrepresented employees. Based on the results of the salary survey, the item proposes to increase the annual base salary of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors from base salary of $95,302 to $110,715 over 2 fiscal years, effective 60 days after the adoption of the ordinance, which would be pay period with November 10th.
Thank you. Are there any board member questions or comments? Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I just want to say I've been in the workforce since 1968. I've had a career in working as a university academic. I've had a career working in agriculture. I'm about to go into my 35th harvest. The 3.5 years in politics, without a doubt, this is the most difficult job that I've ever had. First of all, there's getting here, all right? So campaigning, for which you're not compensated. You have to raise money, you have to knock on doors, you have to meet people, you have to have a passion to do it. You can't do it any other way. And then once you get here, you're on all the time. You have to be available. You have, in my case, 5,000 bosses, okay, the voters in the 1st District, not to mention other people you're going to hear from around the county. And I love it. I love what I've been doing. I've enjoyed what I've been doing. I've worked hard. I've tried to do the best I can do. I don't always succeed at things I want to do, but I sure try. And I would say that that's pretty much the way everybody else is on this board. I think what is being offered is fair compensation, and I'm not going to be taking advantage of this, but I'm setting it up for the young people coming in, because we need to be able to have them live on the salary that they're making. And we also want to encourage good people to apply, because it's expensive to live in Mendocino County, and this demanding job deserves fair consideration. There's also a group of people who, no matter what we do or what we say, aren't going to like it. And there's a lot of negative naysayers. They're very vocal. There's haters who just don't like anything we do, and I'm sure we're going to hear from them. I would also like to say that there's going to be people that say that they're not being fairly compensated, and they're probably right. Our wage structure, given the recent inflation and everything else that's happened, we need to work more, as Supervisor Williams has talked about, to pull up the bottom too. And I hope that we can do things like, for instance, in our insurance program, have a sliding scale of contributions so that there's a way to have the people at the lower end not have to pay the same percentages that people at the high end. The University of California did that very successfully when they've had to make wage adjustments. But I just wanted to make this point that this is a difficult job, by far, the hardest of any that I've ever done. I've loved it and hated it at the same time. When things don't go well, when you don't get your way, you still have to suck it up and come up here and go at it again. And when people criticize you and you can't answer because there's information that's confidential, it's difficult for us. And we all face it, we all suck it up, we all keep coming back. We're trying to do the best we can, and I think that this is a fair proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy?
I'll just say that this proposal from HR and County Council's office is what I would characterize as cleanup language from a 2018 ordinance. I was the only board member of the current board who was on the board at the time in 2018. I supported the concept behind the 2018 ordinance, It was intended to set up a system so that future board members were not put in the awkward position of being forced to vote on their own salary, because no other county employee is forced to vote on their own salary. No other elected official is forced to do that. But current staff believes that there needed to be some revisions to the 2018 ordinance to clarify. So that's what's here in front of us today. I would just note a couple of additional statistics. If you look at the handful of very highest county paid employees, this position of county supervisor, and I'll be out of office at the end of this year. So it practically doesn't really affect me. The people who are at the very top will still earn more than double what a county supervisor earns. I think that's important for the public to know, that this is still less than half of what the highest paid county employees will be paid. That after this, if this goes into effect, this will be in full effect for the month of December. In the month of December, there will still be, when you look at monthly salary, there will still be more than 150 different county job classifications that pay more than this job. And if you would also look at, in the month of December of 2007, the salary, and you take the 2007 purchasing power they had in 2007 for this job, it will have exactly the same purchasing power that it had in 2007. It's just a bigger number because there's been inflation. So I think those are important statistics, and so it's not out of alignment with what's been done in the past. What happens is that this job, because supervisors have been forced to vote on their own salary per state law unless there's some other mechanism like this ordinance, it moves in fits and starts. So most county employees, all county employees will get some kind of adjustment year after year after year, and then nothing happens for the supervisors. And then when the adjustment does come, sometimes that's a bigger number because it's done all at once. I think that the cleanup language that's proposed by the HR department and by county council will hopefully, just as was promised in 2018, end the repeated practice of making this thing come back on the board's agenda, and it will just be on autopilot. So anyway, those are my thoughts, and I'm welcoming any public comment.
Thank you. I don't see any additional questions, Deputy CEO Johnson. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for public comment. And if we could try to keep it to 3 minutes, that's appreciated. If you could also state your name for the record, that's helpful. Thank you. And I do see at least one commenter on Zoom. So I'll take the people standing in the room first and then go on Zoom.
My name is Lola Feige. I'm a social worker for in-home supportive services. And I'm one of the people that does the actual care for these people in our county. And I've done eligibility for Medi-Cal and food stamps, Medi-Cal works. I was here in the county when the Board of Supervisors, probably about 20, 25 years ago, voted themselves a huge increase in salary. And that's poor government to be having people vote on their salaries. I don't really understand how this got into place. I was raised in Montana. Things are a lot more transparent where I was. But my point is that this seems very unfair to me. This seems very unrealistic to me when you just heard, maybe you didn't know, we've got at least 12 people living on county salaries living in their cars. Our insurance is going to go up, which effectively cuts our salaries. But you folks are saying you deserve what is it, 15% raise, and the state 8%, whatever it is. We got 1%, I think, this year. We might get another % next year. That's exciting. But the point is, where does that money need to be going? Do you think you deserve luxuries more than the employees deserve necessities? And as far as the higher paying county employees, there are doctors, there are attorneys, there are people who have extensive training and talents and skills. I'm not saying I'm one of them, but there are reasons some people are paid more. They're doing jobs that very few people can do. And if this job seems too much for the salary, we're always told you can go look for another job if you don't like, the salary you're getting for the job you've got, go elsewhere. And when that first 20, 30 years ago, when that first salary jump came in, what we heard was, well, we want to attract quality people to the Board of Supervisors. Well, bless your hearts for all you are, but with not knowing what's going on with the budget, I'm not sure we got the highest quality people, but I do appreciate that you do what you can. We all need to do the best we can. I don't know what else to say about this. I have a lot, but I got to quit, so I'm done.
Hello, my name is Jordan Ugla, and I'm here to read a letter from my spouse, Megan Wolf. She is a county employee and union board member who spoke earlier during public expression. She had to go to her shift at the Mendocino County Library, so I'll be reading this for her. My name is Megan Wolf. I am a library assistant, and I make less than $20 an hour, just like the majority of Mendocino County Library staff. I speak with the frustration of many of my fellow county employees on this topic. When I saw the board was proposing giving themselves significant raises after our long negotiations, when we were told repeatedly that the county was in dire financial straits, I was really angry. You can see in the e-comment section how many people oppose this proposal, and many of them are current or former county employees. The board says that they are just giving themselves the same market increase that we got as county employees, but the market study used by HR for the proposal is not the same study used for employees. The BOS has agreed to move the majority of staff to the 2023 market rate by July 2025, so employees will still be behind. They also insisted on using a total compensation approach looking at 8 counties, but don't want to apply the same approach to themselves. Their study only looked at 3 counties, and having such a small pool really increases the impact of Sonoma County, which pays nearly double because it is so much bigger and economically vibrant. You say that you moved us all to market rate, but some positions didn't have a comparable position and were considered market, even though there's no market to compare them to. And some of these positions are below $23 an hour, the living wage for this county. For example, during the market study, library technicians were deemed to be market rate due to lack of technicians positions in comparable counties, and therefore only received a 1% COLA for the first year of the contract, and then no COLA at all for year 2 and 3. And they top out at less than $22 an hour. Just this month, our sister union, SEIU 2015, ratified their contract with the Board of Supervisors, bringing IHSS provider wages to $18.81 by October 2024, and creating a path to $20.31 by January 2027. I assume that the board told the IHSS workers there wasn't money to bring them to $20 an hour this year, but now there's money for supervisor raises less than 2 weeks later? As a county employee and union board member, I strongly oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heather Chris. I'm a program administrator in social services. Thank you, Chair Mulhern, the board, CEO, and county council. And I would also like to acknowledge all of my honorable coworkers that are here taking time on such short notice. I had something prepared, but I kind of want to address the comments previously made at the board. I understand you think this job is tough, and going to fundraisers and maybe compromising your values to appease your donors might be pretty difficult. But I have to take phone calls from senior citizens who are homeless on our streets, who don't have resources, and I need to tell them, you need to check with the shelter that they don't have any beds left, but you could be put on a waiting list. And that to me is a very difficult job. Or telling families, like, you know what, you got to get on these waiting lists. It could be 2 and 3 years long so that they can house their children, or go to the one family shelter that we have in the county and get their name on a waiting list too. So, sorry. And I don't even remember all the stuff I prepared. Why don't we change the way we do the board raises, and then whatever the general SEIU employees get in their contracts, then you guys automatically get too, so that it's equitable across the board, instead of you guys getting to vote on your own raises, which to say it's insensitive or audacious or just really disrespectful to your employees is like an understatement. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nathan Maxman. I work in the assessor's office. I just want to say it's probably never popular to have to vote on your own raises. What would be fair would be using the same methodology that you used to compare our salaries. You used 3 comparator counties, and appraisal staff was all deemed to be over market based on the salary study that was presented for the contract. Using the methodology you guys used, I pulled one position, and instead of it being 7% over market, it's 7% under market. So it's hard to agree with this. Also, when you, with health, not only is the health insurance total cost going to go up, but what was being presented at the Health Benefits Committee was shifting a larger percentage to the employees, which, since I was deemed to be over market, I got a 1% COLA last year. I get nothing for the next 2 years, effectively a pay cut. So what I'd really like to see you guys do is hold off on this, review it using the same methodology you used for us, and then tie the supervisors' salaries to something else where you don't have to continue voting on it. For example, Lake County, they tied it to a percentage of district court judges. They found what percentage fit, and then that way when district court judges get a pay increase, it increases supervisor salaries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. Chandler Herron, CEO, Ansel, and County Council. My name is Akesh Eide. I'm the president of the Mendocino chapter of SEIU 1021. I'm here for the executive board. You want to do what now? The executive board unanimously opposes agenda item 4C for the following reasons. As others have stated and written online, as my last count, there are 34 comments, only one of which is in support of this agenda item. The board's utilization of a methodology that is different from the one used for other staff is on its face unfair. We don't get to cherry pick which counties we compare our compensation packages to, and neither should you. For literally years, this board has publicly screamed that there's no money. SEIU 1021's original wage increase proposal was countered by a zero COLA proposal. We got 1%. Just last month, there was talk of bankruptcy and continued lamenting that there's no clear picture of the county's finances. We're under the state's microscope. We just finished one audit with findings that need correcting, and there is another, more invasive audit looming, and this board has sudden optimism regarding the county's finances. Now, I've worked with Ms. Pierce, and she is very, very good at her job. I would love for this board to share the source of this magical sense of optimism with the public. There are still outstanding expenses that need to be funded. The SEIU 1021 Executive Board respectively submits the following as options for expending this sudden windfall. Repairs of the decaying infrastructure as mentioned in the most recent grand jury report. A partial offset of the proposed increase to the employee contribution to the health plan. Hire a third custodian so we don't have only 2 people trying to service all of the buildings in the entire county. And reinstate the pay steps that are missing or rendered obsolete by minimum wage increases. For literally years, you told us to get real. Please do the same. Thank you.
Akesh, I have a question. Has the executive board for 1021 had a chance to look at the salaries versus 8 counties or the 8 factors that we currently use for 1021 versus the 3? Have you been able to review specific salary classifications to determine what the difference in wage might be if it were 3 instead of 8?
So we did take the total compensation numbers that we were provided during our most recent negotiation and applied that to supervisors and classifications within those counties. And it was found that this Board of Supervisors is over market by anywhere from 3% to 15%.
That wasn't my question. My question is for the classifications of our 1021 employees, and I would take a program specialist. If you were to use the 3 comparator counties instead of the 8 comparators, is there a difference? What's the difference? Is it in favor of 1021 or not, is really what I'm wondering.
We have not done that study, but we're
Okay.
happy to do so.
I would love to continue this conversation because I think it's a really important conversation about the comparators that the board is using and whether it's 8 or whether it's 3. Unfortunately, we're not able to have that conversation now, but I'd love to reach out with you and meet with you so we can start talking about that.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to quote the findings from the auditor's report that the county does not reconcile its bank accounts to the county treasurer's accounting records. Due to lack of records, it's not clear when the county last performed a complete bank reconciliation. The county does not complete the cash and investment account reconciliations required by law, and the bank balance should be reconciled to the county's treasurer balance, and the cash investments balance in the county's general ledger should be reconciled to the total cash and investments balance in the county treasurer's records. How can you know how much money this county has when the bank accounts aren't reconciled? This is basic accounting. The county is in a financial crisis and has given raises to all the highest paid officials recently while knowing we cannot afford them. How could this board possibly consider giving themselves raises when our county is in a financial crisis? The budget was just balanced using one-time funds for the second year. And cleanup language isn't changing numbers in your in this item that you referred to, Judy. IHSS has been in here for a year trying to get $20 an hour, and I've heard over and over that we can't afford it, as well as trying to get lower paid staff to $23 an hour, which this board expressed as a priority. Now you have the money to give yourselves raises? Our roads are terrible. Residents cannot even afford to fix their suspensions. Businesses are failing and leaving this county in droves. Tax revenues are down. This is big government at work right here. You are out of touch with the community you are supposed to be serving. This board is not deserving of a raise. It is shameful and disrespectful to all county employees that this is even on the agenda today. You should be taking pay cuts, not getting raises. It appears recalls are the only remedy to our out-of-touch supervisors. Thank you.
My name is and I'm the chair of the Mendocino County Association of Confidential Employees. I'm here to voice my opposition to the proposed pay increase for the Board of Supervisors. I made public comments on your website and provided a PDF of my own analysis using HR's methodology. I encourage people who are interested to review the PDF I uploaded. A quote from my comment: including the 9 comparator agencies the county required to be used in the recent round of labor negotiations, we can see that the BOS base salary, which doesn't include any benefit expenses, is between 9.42% and 13.49% above either the median or the mean. This means their base salary is more than the other agencies. Including deferred compensation and longevity pay, the BOS salaries are between 14.37% and 17.74% greater than the median or the mean. For total compensation, which includes health insurance and Social Security Medicare, the measure HR uses for most salary surveys, we see that the BOS is paid between 17.75% and 20.20% above the median or the mean. These results are on the bottom of page 1 and 2. Given that such a large variability in salaries among the agencies, given that there is such a large variability of salaries among these agencies, it would make sense to trim the results so the calculations wouldn't include both the lowest and the highest paying agencies. This would make the comparisons more reasonable. Notably, the market study for the BOS is based on only 3 comparator agencies rather than the 9 included in the county employees. Using only 3 comparator agencies results in a more favorable assessment of the BOS salary based on the mean due to the inclusion of Sonoma County. Based on the results of the 3-agency salary study, the results show that BOS total compensation is between 9.06% below market based on the mean, compared with 8.45% above the market based on the mean. This change in methodology is unwarranted and unfair to all other bargaining units. What would the results of the salary study look like for all staff, for library staff, for IHSS workers, for SEIU, if we were allowed to only use 3 comparator agencies? It would look a lot like this proposal here. At worst, BOS wages are just above or near market rate using 2023 data. How is it the salary survey shows they need a plus 16% increase over 2 years? The job classification. What job classifications were used in this study? Sonoma County Administrator, Lake County Administrative Officer, and Humboldt County Administrative Officer. The public can find the data by looking up PRA 24-505. Why weren't the county BOS job classes used? The BOS are not county administrators, and the job qualifications for BOS and the county administrator are not even close to the same thing. Why were these job classes chosen? The same analysis should be used for all staff, including you. The analysis should be fair, consistent, reliable, and accurate. Thank you.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I have a follow-up question for HR. I saw the comment by Mr. Velas on the website.
Sorry, just one moment. We're going to get an answer to Mr. Revelis' question.
So I'm asking a question of HR.
Oh, for Deputy CEO Johnson.
So he referred to a document that was uploaded by county staff that showed a series of county positions, classifications, and you get down to Board of Supervisors. The next one after that was CEO. And the one that said CEO had positions like city manager for Ukiah, Santa Rosa, and then CEO or CAO in those other counties. What I noticed was those same titles were in the slide above for supervisor, even though the pay scale was very different. It looked to me like there was sort of a cut and paste done by somebody in HR, and that the wrong job titles were duplicated for the supervisors, because the salaries that you saw on the next slide down for CEO, CAO, and city manager were much higher than the salaries identified for the comparators for supervisor. So it looks to me like there may have been a clerical error in that report that Mr. Revelis was referring to. So maybe that it may not be something that can be clarified right in today's meeting, but I believe that's what happened in that case. But
Well, I think the question that needs to be answered was, for this agenda item, were the supervisor salaries from Lake, Sonoma, and Humboldt County the ones that were used to come up with the equation?
Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So I have Brandy Delzell with me. She's from Human Resources. But what I understanding is, yes, their Board of Supervisors salaries were compared.
Okay, I think that's the answer to the question.
And I apologize, I did not see Mr. Revelis' spreadsheet. So
okay, we can't do a back and forth. We need to continue with the public comment. Okay, thank you. I have 2 commenters online. Oh, I apologize. Please go ahead with your comments in the room, and then we'll go online. We have 2 commenters.
My name is Kinderlyn Collenborn. I'm a social worker assistant for in-home supportive services. And I just had something to read for you guys today. My dad had 2 sayings my whole life. Never be too high in a company to pick up a broom. And if you work hard and get a job at the county, you will be able to afford your lifestyle. Which is true if you're a board of supervisor or a CEO. In 2008, the Board of Supervisors and the CEO at the time told employees they could not afford their salaries and benefits and the exemplary employees that they were took the 10% deduction in benefits and wages. The Board of Supervisors at the time said it would be temporary until the economy turned around, is what they said. Guess who got that raise that year? My coworkers have not seen that money be returned to them. I have coworkers who have served on this county and served its people for 15, 20, and even 30 years. These same pillars of the community cannot retire because they can't afford insurance. They can't take a small raise that is offered to them because it will knock them off general assistance, and it's not enough to help them and their families. And worst of all, we have coworkers that can't afford to live in the county they serve and apparently are living in their cars, which I was unaware of. But do they stop serving their community as they did before? Absolutely not. They are willing to buy fans for their clients who don't have ACs. They've bought countless meals, clothes out of their own pockets. We're overworked, overtaxed, and now you want to pay us to pay for our own insurance. And you don't expect us to assume that there's a correlation between your guys' salary hikes and our insurance being paid for by ourselves. I pay $89.10 in insurance, and I never use my insurance. I can't afford to go to the doctor. I wish I could stop paying for my insurance, but I can't because it's illegal. I have to have insurance. So instead, I've stopped paying my union dues. People who are fighting for me, people in this room right now. Now, I'm aware that you're all probably not going to listen. I have had this discussion with my little brother last night. But I'm a role model for my son, for my nieces, for my nephews, and for my little brother. So I am here, and I think we could all use a role model, especially you guys, because there are some exemplary examples of role models, public servants that deserve to be looked up to. Take your pick, they're all here. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go online to we'll go now online to our Zoom speakers, Peter McNamee, Marnie Elder, and Tracy Theriot.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak to this issue. I'm a longtime resident in Mendocino County. I've had the pleasure of living here for almost 60 years. In that time, I've witnessed the ebb and flow of county government, good times and bad. It's impressed upon me the important role our county supervisors have as champions for the common good. Supervisors guard the public guardians, and when it comes to holding county officials accountable, they're critical. It's often a job that invokes harsh backlash and resistance from those that put their own self-interest and well-being ahead of the common good. It demands the wisdom of Solomon to sort out the true best interests of the general public from the demands of those seeking to feather their own beds. And while personal attacks and smears supervisors often have to endure a part of the job, the public shouldn't act in a short-sighted fashion to deny salaries and benefits that provide a living wage to our supervisors. This compensation package seems to me to be a fair one that serves an important public purpose. It brings supervisors' compensation up to a living wage, and by doing that ensures wages aren't an obstacle to any citizen in the county that may wish to serve the public as a supervisor now or going forward into the future. I want to note that the compensation proposed today seems commensurate with the increases provided all county employees' classifications. It's not luxurious, it's not unwarranted. Indeed, more than 100 county employees have higher salaries. I therefore want to express my personal support for the proposed compensation increase that's before the board today. Thank you.
Marnie Elder? If you could please unmute. Marnie? Seems we're having audio difficulties. I'm going to move to Tracy.
Hello, esteemed Board of Supervisors. I want to go on record just saying that so many who have spoken before me have spoken many of my concerns, the math, the reviews, the comparisons not penciling out. And I wholeheartedly support the amazingly hard jobs that each of you have taken on to serve our citizenry and are in the midst of some of the most difficult, dare we say, controversies of our county at this time. And in regards to that, I just have to say that it's tone deaf that at this moment, with so much in critical review, that you would come forward to seek a salary increase. I would love to see each of you vote this down and propose it at a later time when more thought and consideration has been given overall to many of our other county employees, and the review and audits are completed that our county is going through right now. Be the leadership, be the representative, and the role model that we want for our county and for the position of supervisor, to put off maybe a gain at this very moment to show the good and constructive and best work that you are all doing. Let that work shine, go forward, create some solutions, and then repropose this idea. Thank you.
Marnie? Marnie, are you able to unmute and be heard?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for that. My name is Marnie Elder, and I am the Social Work Supervisor for Adult and Aging Services in Fort Bragg. I recognize the difficulty of the Board of Supervisors' role in the county. However, the salary was accepted by each of you when accepting your position. I oppose the proposed $15,000 Board of Supervisor wage increase and an increase in employee contributions to insurance. At a time where employees can barely afford to buy groceries, when our COLAs have been denied and then barely increased at 1% this year, I feel it is inappropriate that the Board of Supervisors would suggest that they deserve an 8% raise this year and 7% increase next year. Raises should be given to people who do an effective job, not for people who have put the county and employees in financial duress. Nor should raises be given to people who have such poor insight into the workings and demands of staff to choose to remove positions that are necessary to meet state mandated requirements. Less people doing more work creates more job stress, more sickness and burnout, and eventually resignations for staff and poor service delivery, sometimes with dire consequences for clients. Further, condensing and smashing people together like cattle, cramming people into small spaces that do not meet the needs of safety or health, and making other bad decisions that negatively impact employee morale does not support a wage increase. It should result in wage decreases and a change of guard. Morale is at the lowest it has ever been in at least 25 years at the county due to poor decision-making and selfish proposals of wage increases for the Board of Supervisors and CEO. Building sales, and a complete disregard for staff's needs. The Board of Supervisors already makes considerably more than the majority of the boots-on-the-ground staff at $95,000 a year. There are lots of ways to make our budget work, and certainly it is the job of the Board of Supervisors and CEO to find those resources and manage the money effectively. Those of us doing the work with our heart in the game are the ones that are suffering. It is egregious that the Board of Supervisors would treat their employees the way that employees are currently being treated in Mendocino County. The mission statement for the county is not reflected in the Board of Supervisors' decisions. We, the people, should not have to pay for wages. Should not have to pay for wage increases for people who are not helping the people they're supposed to be. The clients we serve suffer due to these bad decisions. We have to be able to afford to eat and pay our rent. The Board of Supervisors seem to be detached from the reality of the layperson who they are making decisions for. I certainly regret my vote for a supervisor who I thought could defend us and make the county a manageable place to live. People can no longer afford to live here, and they can't afford to leave. Bad decisions have put us all over a barrel. Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to bring it back to the board. Are there any board members that have comments or questions of staff? Supervisor McGordy?
So what does this potential salary increase look like in total? Do we have a number?
It's in your agenda packet. It's $35,000 the first year and $38,000.
For everybody?
If you're referring to the Board of Supervisors increase for 24-25, it would be $38,532. And for 25-26, it would be $38,532. Those are estimated.
Okay.
For the increase that's proposed.
You know, I don't think we're going to balance our budget on that.
Supervisor Jardy?
I'm going to move to approve the recommended action from HR and County Council. The recommended action is to introduce the first reading and waive the item. So it'll go to a second reading.
Okay.
Second.
Are there any supervisors that wish to make additional comments? Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, it's a tough decision to vote. You know, it's a weird position to be in, to have to vote on your own salary increase. And
If we could please not shout out in the audience, I understand that this is a really important topic, and if we could just please not shout out.
And it's my understanding that we have to do it because of state statute. And so that's what's required of us right now, to do some kind of ordinance. So looking at the big picture, the goal for the board was to get everyone in the county to market rate. And we did that. You know, that is what we negotiated, that we would get the market rate over the next couple years. And, you know, we've approved contracts with all of the unions at this point. Some people got more than 10%, some people were stuck at where they were, and it was all because of this market rate. You know, some people were questioning the methodology about how we got to that market rate, and if the real information or data was, you know, relevant or comparable, or, you know, there's questions about that. But what the board has tried to do is we are trying to use the 3 counties because we felt like that would exclude some of those high rolling counties like Napa, like Marin, like El Dorado, and so using those 3, the goal was to actually lower the amount. And I think that that's what Chair Mulherin was kind of getting at earlier. And so, you know, everyone has gotten this agreement or contract that gets them to market rate. And, you know, we saw that, you know, the other elected officials had their contracts approved, getting them using this same methodology of 3 comparables. We found that, you know, we did it with the CEO. And to be consistent, that is what the goal is here, is to treat the board just like we've treated everyone else in using this market rate. Okay? You know, I was, when I came onto the board, or when I was running for the board the first time, which was in 2018, that the board had just given themselves a 39% raise. And that was before staff had gotten the raise. And I said that I wasn't going to take that raise, and I didn't take that raise. For the next 3 years, I created a scholarship to use that money, the differential, to create scholarships for students in my district. And I think Supervisor Jardy didn't take that raise either. And so, you know, what I'm looking at here is we've created this, you know, goal of getting to market rate. We've gotten everyone else to market rate, and it just seems out of fairness, and some people might not think it's fair, but, you know, from my point of view, it's kind of a fairness issue that why should the supervisors be excluded from going to market rate while everyone else in the county has. And that's what we've done. You know, when Babe Ruth signed his contract in 1929 or whatever, you know, he said the contract was more than the president was getting at that time. And they asked him why he got, you know, more than the president. He said, well, I've had a better year than the president. And I think that that's the same for the supervisors, is that we're always under, you know, criticism, or, you know, there's always people saying, what kind of job are you doing? I just think that for the future, we can't let the salaries for the supervisors lag behind, because we don't want to put it on to the new supervisors that at some point they have to increase their salary by 39%. And that's not a fair position to put anyone in. And, you know, I think that if we want to look at the methodology about how we do the comparables, if we want to use 3 counties, we use 8 counties, we want to use some other way of calculating the supervisor salary, yeah, let's go for it. Let's figure out what's really a fair way to move forward on it. But to think that if we don't give the supervisors salaries, we're going to be able to repair the buildings, we're going to be able to provide the health care benefit, all of that, it's just, it's kind of making martyrs out of the supervisors to say, okay, well, all the repairs to the roads have to be on the backs of the supervisor salaries. So that's just what I'm coming from. You know, when I taught for 28 years, 30 years actually, and I was a union president for about 20 of those years. And we always negotiated salaries, you know, tried the very best. You know, I didn't think it was fair when they said, well, the superintendent gets 8% and you get 2% because there's only one superintendent. You know, I understand that kind of argument, and never liked it at that time. But what we're doing is trying to get everyone to market rate. You know, I looked at the salary schedule for the teachers in Willits just the other day, and if I would have stayed in teaching, I would have made more than I make as a supervisor now. So, you know, it's all relative, I guess.
I'm not seeing any additional hands, and I've thought a lot about this. I went back and watched the meeting from 2017, and I think that the intention of the supervisors at the time was to make it so that this didn't come forward again, so that there was a process through which elected officials, the supervisors themselves, would not have to vote on their own salary. But as Supervisor Hashek said, it's required in state law. This will tie the Board of Supervisors' salary to the department heads, which were recently approved with the 3 comparator counties, as well as the other elected officials, which were approved at our last meeting using the 3 comparator counties. I want to look at our other bargaining units and see if using 3 comparator counties benefits the majority of our employees. In reviewing some of the salaries myself, I can tell you for some it did and for some it didn't. And so before we jump into that with our employees in 1021, I want to really make sure that we're going to be benefiting our employees. I'm looking out at people that I've known my whole life. And I appreciate and value every single one of you for the work that you do. I looked up a couple of people's salaries because I actually was interested in asking them if they wanted to run for city council so that they could take my job in 4 years to get that experience, which I think was greatly helpful for me to be on the city council and then to be a supervisor. And there are 2 seats up. If anybody wants to talk about that, let's have coffee. The difference in salary between those 2 employees and myself is $315 for the year for the work. And that doesn't discount the work that you do at all. But to serve on 21 boards and commissions and also manage an entire county budget and what happens to 90,000 people every day, I mean, I just think that as we move forward, we have 2 seats that are up for election in a couple of years. My seat will be up for election in 4 years. We've had 2 supervisors that were recently elected. For me, the people that I would love to see run and apply for this job are people that are really in the middle of their careers and not retirement age. They're people that would have to take a gap in their career for 4 years to do this job and this work. This work is incredibly important, and I really want to make sure that when I talk to people that I wish would run for supervisor, that I wish would run for city council, that that they're being paid fairly for the work that is being done. The challenge that I've struggled with thinking about is that not everybody does the work the same. And so often the 5 board of supervisors are the 5 board of supervisors, whether you serve on 21 committees or 3. So I think that's a challenge, but that's up for the constituents and the voters to decide if they feel like their representative is meeting their needs. And yeah, when I look at who I want to see in this seat in 4 years, I want to make sure that they're paid for the work that they're doing. So vote by the button, please.
The motion carries with Supervisor Williams dissenting.
Going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 11:20.
Positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
no queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
Thing I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera. Ya, sí, ya quiero tener. Entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because
County Board of Supervisors meeting for July 23rd, 2024, back to order. I appreciate everyone's patience with that agenda modification. I would now like to go to item 4A, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from elected officials and department heads. We have several reports today, so if you could please come forward, state your name and your title, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Good morning, almost afternoon, everyone. Katrina Bartlett, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters. So we closed the roll, and we got that done on time, and it was like, yay. So we closed the roll at $14,840 million, which was an increase of 5.34%, which was a whole percentage more than the previous year. So we're proud of that. We're doing tasks to get everything ready so it can be sent to the auditor's office and they can do what they need to do. So we work together right now getting that done, so everything's up to date. Discoveries in the last month our techs have viewed 817 parcels, and that was when they were also working on special projects to get the roll closed. So they have been amazing with that. We did have a lot of TPZ, which is timber production zone, that are included in that 817. So the number's a little inflated, but they did look at it. So improvements that we've added from our discoveries. We found 8 structures that weren't being assessed. So, which was a livestock shelter, 400 square feet, a hay storage, 64 square feet, a utility shed, 120 square feet, a carport, a shed, a deck, a storage building, and a 1,000 gallon water tank. So that only added about 30,000, but that's 30,000 we wouldn't have had if we hadn't found it. The amnesty program continues to report to us, and we had 4 amnesty permits that came forward. An amnesty permit for a barn conversion to a single-family residence, which we had picked up already in 2017. There was a permit to demolish a sunroom, which we're still assessing until they get their permit done. There were 2 hoop houses, which our personal property was already assessing. So it's nice to be able to double check things like that. And, you know, we want to, not that we want you to rat out your neighbors, but we want you to rat out your neighbors. And, you know, if somebody, and you can do it anonymously, if you think that there's, especially structures under trees are hard for us to look at. So, you know, that all needs to go on the assessment roll so we all pay our fair share. Candidate filing, we're in the middle of candidate filing right now. Normally, it's been that most of our candidates wait till the last couple of weeks before the filing period ends. We've had over 40 already, so that's good. And just to give you an idea of what our local races could be like, we have 110 local seats, local special district seats up for election, 40 school seats, and 11 city council member seats. So does anybody have any questions?
Supervisor Williams.
What support do you need from us?
You asked that, and you know, thank you for asking that. And you know, I want you to know that you guys have been, you know, we've had our disagreements, but you know, everybody disagrees, right? But if I need money for a department, I have no problem coming to you guys and saying, you know, we need to hire another appraiser, we need to hire whatever, and you guys have been very good to me for that. We have a new appraiser starting Monday, I believe, and a new tech starting Monday. So because of our training ability, we can only really have 1 or 2 new people at a time. So we still have, I believe, 1 other appraiser that we can hire for that we will do in the near future after we get our new hires going. So thank you for asking, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for your report.
Sure, thank you.
Additional department heads or designees that wish to speak?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Swan Malala, Executive Office. I'd like to update you on the LEMSA contract with Sonoma County or Coastal Valleys for the fiscal year 24-25. The agreement was ready, reviewed by both parties, and ready to submit to your item in June. However, last minute Sonoma's County Council had made some last minute changes, so we had to pull that contract. Our County Council has been working diligently with Sonoma's County Council, and just last week they had finally agreed on a contract language where we both agree on. So that contract will be going to your board retroactively at the first meeting in September.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you. Sarah Pierce has her hand raised online. I do have a few people in the room. If you're in the room and you wish to speak, please go ahead and come forward.
Good morning, board. I wanted to come and just introduce myself. My name is Mick Hill. I'm the new public defender. I look forward to working with all of you, and I wanted to come and say hello. I don't have any updates since what's going on yet.
Thank you, Mick. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Additional reports from in the room?
Good morning. Karen Matson, Museum Administrator. And I'm here today to provide you with a brief update on the museum transition to nonprofit management. First of all, I wanted to share that I have really appreciated the support of our museum project charter team, which has included Steve Dunnicliffe, Matthew Kadowstreet, Rena Blanton, and Nadia Tipton. All have been instrumental in the process of exploring the concept of nonprofit management at the museum and have been aiding in the development of critical steps. So that's really been helpful, and I appreciate it. I also wanted to share the course of action you can anticipate over the next couple of months. But first, I wanted to acknowledge that the project charter team spent time reviewing the past agreements pertaining to the museum, and it is clear that the county has a commitment to ensure a thriving museum through 2050. So with this concept in mind, the team did carefully review multiple options that could reduce the museum's reliance on the general fund beyond the Kern County model. However, after careful reflection, the Kern County model continues to be a viable model to emulate. The museum, under this model, the museum will ultimately be managed by a nonprofit. Community partnerships will continue to be pursued. The county will retain ownership of the collection and the facility and will provide ongoing financial support. So this transition is underway. The first task is to finalize the MOU between the Roots of Motive Power and the museum. It's to ensure the relationship with the Roots and the county is articulated and will be respected and maintained in the same manner under nonprofit management. So right now, a draft was finalized and shared with the Roots Board of Directors last week. The Roots have agreed to work collaboratively with the museum, and we will be bringing back a final MOU to this board in September to review. The second task that is underway, we are exploring the feasibility of a concessions agreement that would allow the Friends of the Mendocino County Museum to assume operation of the museum gift store and front desk. I anticipate bringing back an agreement for the board to review in October with the optimism that the Friends of the Mendocino County Museum could assume this new role by December of this year. These are steps towards that bigger goal of full nonprofit management that I referenced. I also wanted to share that the Friends of the Mendocino County Museum are enthusiastic about the concept of taking on steps towards management. The Friends of the Museum have been working so hard to develop their organization. Their work is greatly respected and appreciated. And I hope that if we can encourage further connection between the Friends and the board in the future so that you can find out more about their efforts to work countywide to share what they're doing and what their intentions are with the museum. So I will continue to provide updates on the museum transition as further steps and actions are identified. But for now, I wanted to bring that to your attention that a lot of work is underway and things are happening at the museum. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak has a question or comment.
Yes, thank you for that report. And if this is a countywide museum, so if people are interested throughout the county to be friends of the Mendocino County Museum, then how do they get in touch with you or the Friends? Or
So anyone can call the museum and we can put them in touch with the Friends of the Mendocino County website. They have a website now. You can become a member online, and they will be tabling countywide, or they have a crew that is planning to go out to different enjoyable events and talk to people one-on-one. But you're always welcome to call the museum at this time until I have a phone number that I can provide, which I don't have at the moment.
And what I've seen is that the Friends has really stepped up their involvement, their knowledge, their expertise, and everything related to this transition. but that they're always willing to take on more. They need more help too.
Definitely, they are working to expand their membership. They've also been working with volunteer museum consultants to help them establish specific benchmarks to move forward. And they will be planning a community event on October 5th at the museum where it will be educational, but it will also be festive to help people understand what work needs to be done on their end to assume this role.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional department heads or designees, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson.
Yes, good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO, County Council, Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. I do want to just take a moment to say I did visit the museum last week, and so if you have an opportunity, it's fabulous. The exhibits are wonderful, and Karen and her team do an amazing job, so hope you all have an opportunity to visit. So I just wanted to talk about the need of civil service commissioners. I know I had sent out a notice, but I wanted to just bring an alert from Human Resources that for districts 1, 2, and 4, that we do not have commissioners. The Civil Service Commission is a 5-member commission with 1 commissioner appointed for each Board of Supervisors district. The commission oversees the county personnel system, including creation and modification of job classifications, the recruitment process, seniority, layoff, and hears appeals of application disqualifications, examinations, and employee discipline. Without a quorum, we cannot proceed with any of our future meetings. So if anyone is interested, the application to be considered for commission is located on the Board of Supervisors webpage under Boards and Commissions. If you'd like to learn more about the commission, information is located on the Human Resource webpage under Civil Service Commission. You can always call Human Resources also at 707-234-6600.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so when I saw your email yesterday, I called you and found, because that was the first I heard that the 4th District appointee was, I guess, just now resigning.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to clarify for people maybe watching our meeting or interested that they're not required to drive to Ukiah to be physically present. The county can set up arrangements for them to Zoom in from the coast or from the North County. So if there's someone who wants to serve on this board, I hope they'd contact me. And I will reach out to the person who just resigned and look for other leads. I think it's been kind of helpful that I've been able to appoint, at least up until now, 2 people in the case of the 4th District who were previously or currently the City of Fort Bragg's HR manager. And so I think that was helpful to the commission, and I'll look for someone with ideally some HR background.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Mulhern, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Scott, Tony Rakes, Deputy CEO. I'm here today to talk a little about and reflect on what transpired this last Friday with the outage that impacted industries globally, across the globe, Mendocino County included. What could have been a severely debilitating event here ended up only impacting us the better part of the morning, but 3 groups of people I would like specifically to say thank you to. The first of those groups, Sheriff's Office and Sheriff's Office IT, for their quick and effective collaboration and communication with County IT led to instant identification and quick remediation of the problems that occurred. Second group, county employees. You know, every computer being down in the county doesn't exactly make for a productive start to your day, and everybody that we interfaced with was understanding, followed the instructions that we gave them, and was very positive and thankful for the support we provided. And last, and certainly not least, the county IT staff that were involved in fixing and remediating this issue that happened. They're remarkable. They're remarkable staff, they're remarkable workers, and we had the entire office spun up and across the county within moments. First thing in the morning, I had staff communicating with me at 3 o'clock in the morning, identifying the issue and ready to go first thing to make sure that everybody was taken care of effectively and quickly. And we had systems up much earlier than some some of our counterparts, unfortunately. So wanted to give a shout out to the county IT staff, and also to say that I'm very proud to have worked with all of them, and have been for many years, obviously, in the trenches with them as well, the IT trenches, and I'm very proud of them. They've done work.
Thank you. CEO Angel.
Chair, if I may add, this began at 2 a.m. and the team was on it at that time and continued on it until we were back up. So again, shout out to the county IT team, a shout out to the sheriff's office IT, and to Deputy CEO Rakes. I think by the end of that day, I had a full report of what went right and what went wrong in there, a full analysis of how it happened and what they did. So I really appreciate that communication, and we were communicating the whole time during the event. So appreciate it, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Supervisor McGordy and Supervisor Jurdy have a question or a comment.
Just a comment. Thank you for doing a really stellar job, you and your team. And obviously, having our computers down, not a good thing. So the fact that you got people up and running is wonderful. So thanks for being on top of it.
I think thanks all around. Supervisor Jurdy.
Just a question, do people in the IT world expect, because this was triggered by a software update, do they think that this kind of thing might happen again? Is it something that's happening more frequently, or is it just something that might happen very randomly?
If I may, through the chair.
Please do.
It is very likely to happen again. Now, the scale and scope of it happening again will vary depending on the industry that's impacted. It's happened before. The reason why it's not as felt as widespread as this one was because of the ubiquity of this system, ubiquitous system. It affected all these industries: government, airline, banking, healthcare, everywhere. We've had these sorts of outages in the past, but the systems are not widely spread, so the impact is felt so severely. It's going to happen again. And as a result of that, and to speak to CEO Antl's comments, at 4 o'clock that day, when we were comfortable with where we were with everything and everything settled down, we had an after-action meeting, addressed what we felt like was strong in our approach based on our incident response plan that we review and we keep up to date, and then also came up with suggestions for what we can do better, what we can improve upon, and what we can, how we can update and improve our incident response plan. This incident was, I think, a good trial, a good test of that plan, and it was very effective, but there's still always improvements to be made. So hopefully the next time we'll be even better prepared.
Thank you. On Zoom, we have Sarah Pierce.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to take a quick moment to let the board and the public know that earlier this month, the county underwent a rating analysis by Fitch Ratings. The analysis was completed due to a change in the U.S. Public Finance Local Government Rating Criteria. The results were Fitch Rating has upgraded the Mendocino County CA's pension obligation bonds to an A+ from an A, and have affirmed the county's issuer default rating, the IDR, at an A+. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional department heads that wish to come forward? Okay. Seeing none and no questions from the board, we'll move on to item 4D. Discussion and possible. Oh, is there public comment on item 4A? There is none. So moving on to item 4D, discussion and possible action, including presentation to the Board of Supervisors from Behavioral Health and Recovery Services regarding requests for proposals 1024, specialty mental health service providers to provide specialty mental health services to eligible Medi-Cal beneficiaries of Mendocino County with contracts effective October 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Jenny Miller, Health Services Director. I want to make sure that the RFP committee gets seats. They're not all going to be able to be present today. A couple of them are out of the office, but we should have Juanita Dreiling by Zoom, so hopefully we've added her in, and then we have 3 of the other panels here to potentially ask questions regarding the RFP. I'm going to go ahead and share the presentation. That up, and then I will do a brief overview of specialty mental health, and then I will hand it off to the committee to walk through the slides, and then I will end it with a couple things. So This RFP was for specialty mental health services. And I will just go through kind of what specialty mental health services is. I know there's a lot of confusion regarding mental health services and how they operate from a county level of care. In any county, there are usually 3 to 4 types of services through your mental health. And as a reminder, mental health services is treated like any other health services. It's connected to your insurance company. And so how you access mental health services is dependent upon what type of insurance you have. The county's system, they actually provide services to those individuals that have Medi-Cal as their primary, and they have a serious mental illness. If you have a mild to moderate mental illness, you are actually served by Partnership Health Plan in Mendocino County. In some counties, they have dual health plans, but in Mendo, we have one, we have Partnership. And so the mild to moderate is served by Partnership in our county. They contract with local providers to provide that service. The county provides for the Medi-Cal individuals that have serious mental illness. If you have Medi-Cal as a secondary or tertiary insurance, the county still does not serve you because your actual primary insurance has to be touched first. So if you are what we call a Medicare, Medi-Cal individual, you would be served by a Medicare provider, and then secondary Medi-Cal provider. So your provider would have to be Medicare to be able to get reimbursed for the services. Same with private insurance. If you have a private insurance and then have a secondary of Medi-Cal, you're going to be served by your private insurance, and then would only be served by Medi-Cal if it's a service that your insurance does not cover. We know with parity, there's a lot of movement towards all insurances covering all levels of mental health services. So the county provides for this specialty mental health, and in Mendocino County, we have routinely had an administrative service organization. As you know, last year, there was a decision by the board to eliminate the administrative service organization and bring that back in-house and have the county operate that. That has been done. We've been working with Anchor over the last year to really get services transitioned back in-house. We have the EHR, the electronic health record, almost ready to be transitioned. We have a drop dead of December 31st. It's a huge uphill battle to take 2 EHRs and really transition documents between the prior EHR and the new EHR. But we've been working with our provider Avatar to make sure that that is up and ready to go. And so we should be completely transitioned from the ASO. The only thing outlined is all the documents out of XCM into Avatar, and that's set to be done by December 31st. There was also a request that we do a request for proposals and to look at providers within our community. So we did issue a request for proposals, and that's what we're here today to present. Today we are not presenting contracts. We are presenting the results and the recommendation of the committee moving forward. The contracts would be coming in September. As we stated at a prior meeting, the decision was to extend those contracts by 3 months so that we weren't bringing the contracts and everything at the last minute to the board. We were bringing the RFP results to the board with the contracts to follow. There's no meetings in August, so the contracts will follow in September. We do serve about 5 to 10% of the population. That's the county's obligation. The county is contracted with Department of Healthcare Services to serve the especially mental health population, and that's specific to, like I said, Medi-Cal and having a severe mental illness, which means you have a diagnosis that meets that criteria and you have an impairment that makes it that you're not meeting your basic functional needs, which then qualifies you for the especially mental health services. I always sort of compare it to a cardiologist. If you would be seeing your primary care for most things, that's your mild to moderate, but when you get referred to a cardiologist, that's the level of care the county is providing. We're that level of care of when you need the highest level of care or you need a specialist. That's why it's called especially mental health. I think that it wraps up kind of what we're doing. We know that this is Medi-Cal based. I think there's a lot of confusion about how we get paid. We get realignment dollars and then we provide a service. We bill for that service and then we get reimbursed. This is not straight county dollars. We get no general fund and especially mental health. we actually get realignment dollars and use those realignment dollars to be able to meet the match to pull down Medi-Cal financial participation, federal financial participation. And therefore, this is all realignment and federal state dollars. So we don't get paid unless we provide a valid service, and we have to send it up to the state, and then we get a reimbursement for that service. The contracted providers are contracted to provide those services that are allowed by Medi-Cal. And so that's how we get reimbursement for these service contracts. So the contract totals are not straight county dollars. It's an up to. It means they have to provide a service to get that reimbursement. They get no dollars up front on the Medi-Cal side. So I'm going to hand it off to the RFP committee, and they will introduce themselves and then go through the slides.
Hi, I'm Juanita Dryling. Good morning, Board, Chair Mulren, CEO Antle, County Council, Sheriff's Admin Services Manager, and Specially Mentally Health Services RFP Committee Member. The slide that you're looking at summarizes the RFP Committee's recommendations. First recommendation is that contracted providers utilize the county's electronic health record system, Avatar, to streamline efficiencies and reduce redundancies. The county has used Avatar since 2006 and has continued to upgrade and integrate that system. Second recommendation is county behavioral health and recovery services should maintain mobile crisis response to ensure consistency of these services across the county. Lastly, to comprehensively meet the needs of the community, county behavioral health and recovery will continue to discuss and consider contracting with additional providers as more services become available. After carefully reviewing all proposals, the committee selected the following providers to contract with for specialty mental health services: Anchor Health Management, Mendocino County Hospitality Center, Mendocino County Youth Project, Redwood Community Services, and Tapestry Family Services. And with that, I'll hand it off to the next committee member to review Anchor Health Management.
Good morning. My name is Isabel Gallego, BHRS Contracts and RFP Committee member. So one of the contractors that we chose is Anchor Health Management. As you can see in the slide, you will be able to see some data from past years. And with this contract, the projected number of clients that they would serve will be between 1,000 and 1,250 clients. For a total contract amount of $2,425,000. Here you will see their data within the last 2 years. So for 2022, 2023, and fiscal year 2023, 2024. Another provider that we intend to contract with is Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center. As you can see, the services that they provide, the total clients that they served in 2023, 2024 for this new contract, the projected total clients that they would serve for adults will be between 125 and 200 clients, with a total contract amount of $614,000. This is also Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center's last 2 years' data. And I'll go ahead and pass it on to my colleague next.
Hello, I'm Marty Kay. I'm an analyst with Behavioral Health Recovery Services Fiscal and an RFP Commission member. This is an overview of Mendocino County Youth Project. Services they provide are full service partnerships. They provide breaking the silence prevention services and specialty health services to children and transitional age youth. The 23-24 fiscal year, they've served 172 children and 25 transitional age. Their proposed contract for 24-25 totaled $700,000, with $660,000 being applied to specialty mental health services, $68,000 applied to the mental health services functions. In fiscal year 24-25, Youth Project is projected to serve 150 to 250 children and 25 to 100 clients of transitional age youth. The cost per beneficiary for the current year is $2,200. They do intend on using Avatar as their electronic health record in the next fiscal year. Here's a chart of their services over the last 2 years.
Karen Lovato with Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, an RFP committee member. Redwood Community Services proposed services include continuing their existing services, which include but are not limited to adult residential services, specialty mental health children, youth, and adults, interpersonal skills training centers, therapeutic behavioral services, youth short-term residential treatment programs, behavioral health court, full-service partnerships, transition age youth supportive housing, and youth resource centers. Their total number of clients in 23-24 included 545 children, 258 transitional age youth, 1,484 adults, and a total of crisis services 1,285. Their proposal contract amount for fiscal year 24-25 is $12,683,516. $11,882,516 of that is in specialty mental health, and the Mental Health Services Act portion, which relies on billing down specialty mental health for some of those programs, is $801,000. The projected cost per beneficiary is $4,400. The projected number of clients to serve in 24-25 is 550 to 700 children or youth, 300 to 400 transitional age youth, and 1,450 to 1,600 adults. RCS is requesting to work towards full EHR interoperability as a multi-county, multi-service line operator. RCS intends to use the NetSmart portal, opening clients and billing services through the NetSmart avatar while using HEI technology similar to data exchange framework networks, pushing forward a one-to-one data from the RCS Qualifax chart into the county NetSmart avatar chart. This will be interim towards working towards a full interoperability process, which RCS vendor Qualifax has achieved in another county in partnership with NetSmart. The next slide includes their data for the last 2 fiscal years, showing the outcomes of clients served. Our next proposed contract is with Tapestry Family Services. Services to continue include behavioral health court, full service partnerships, therapeutic behavioral services, culturally specific outreach services to Latino and Native American communities, specialty mental health children, youth, and adult services, and short-term residential treatment programs for youth. The total number of clients served in 23-24 to date include 361 children and youth, 75 transitional age youth, 488 adults, and an estimated cost per beneficiary of $7,114. The fiscal year 24-25 proposed contract cost amount is $6,575,000, with the specialty mental health portion being $4 million and the FSP match being $2,500,000. The Mental Health Services Act component for special programs would be $75,000, with a cost per beneficiary of $4,727 for specialty mental health and a statewide average cost per beneficiary totaling $7,442 cost per client. The projected number of clients the Tapestry proposes to serve in 24-25 is between 400 to 550 youth, 75 to 175 transition age youth, 500 to 650 adults. They do intend to move to Avatar by January 1st, 2025 for the electronic health record. The next slide includes Tapestry Family Services outcome data for the past 2 years. And I'll hand it back to Janine for additional provider discussion.
We a couple providers here with us today that we are currently working on wanting to contract with and have them bring services to Mendocino County. And so I'm going to start with DAC and Centerpoint. I will have Chris come up and introduce himself and kind of what they're hoping to bring to Mendocino County.
You could just leave them and our clerk will disperse them. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi, my name is Chris Geiger. I am the Director of Development for Centerpoint Drug Abuse Alternative Center. We're based in Santa Rosa, California. Been in Sonoma County. We're a nonprofit organization, been around since 1969. We provide a range of services, mostly in the substance use disorder treatment space. We also do mental health treatment. Among the services that we provide, and they're included in the packet, are outpatient, including 3 Spanish-speaking groups that we're real proud that we've been able to develop there. Perinatal outpatient for women and children. We also have linkages with residential for women and children services if they need it. We have criminal justice contracts, including one with drug court, and we take a lot of criminal justice referrals. We do adolescent and family services, and that's been a growing program for us. We do a lot of that through telemedicine. And we also have a narcotic treatment program where we do methadone and medication-assisted treatment services, and that's been around since 1969 as well. The final program that we do is one that we're currently really proud about and excited to activate. I want to say that really impressed with the fact that Supervisor Momohan came down and actually saw the site, and as did Dr. Miller. This is a 50-bed residential program with a 10-bed medication-assisted treatment intensive program. It's overseen by our medical director, who's an addiction-certified physician who works remotely with our team on site, which includes a registered nurse, 6 LVNs, and 6 certified medical assistants who provide round-the-clock coverage for our detox clients. So this program will take people on Medi-Cal and a partnership health plan. So we'll be one of the few, if only in all of Northern California presently, that does that. That being said, we're very interested in bringing that model up here with a specific emphasis on serving dual diagnosis, folks with co-occurring mental illness. The facility down in Santa Rosa, the new one, will serve that population as well. This was all funded through, the facility was funded through the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, BCHIP they call it. Now that Prop 1 has passed, it's kind of continuation of the BCHIP program and provides literally $6 billion to do facility and program development. We are already actively looking at facilities up here to see if we can't find something that would be suitable to present to all of you and to work with Dr. Miller and her shop. We've also partnered up with the probation department earlier. We did a presentation and submitted a proposal for the Community Corrections Partnership Group and received a tentative award to do recovery residents. We're actively looking to find a facility for that. In fact, after here, I'm going to look at a couple of sites to see if they might work. We're really excited about partnering with Mendocino County on this stuff. When you do a facility, it requires a partnership. Typically, the way it works for us is that we will identify a site, work with the local politician, whether it be the city council person, Board of Supervisor, both, and take their lead in terms of doing, community notifications, making sure the neighborhood's aware, talking about what the programs are, listening to their concerns, integrating whatever changes we can make to respond to those concerns where appropriate. We also make sure we have a good neighbor policy. We really emphasize that with our client population. Personally, I've been involved in this Santa Rosa is my 10th facility activation. I also work with, and I really should have said this first because I'm with Michael O'Brien, who's our regional vice president, who couldn't be here today because he has COVID, right? And but he is a very astute and an accomplished individual himself, who's done a lot of these facilities as well. So we're excited about it. We think that we spoke with the Department of Healthcare Services, which is the funding entity, and we talked about the idea of replicating the model, and that we did in Santa Rosa in other jurisdictions, and they were really excited about the idea of us doing that. So from that standpoint, I think that we're well positioned to do something, and look forward to working with you all to make that happen. Any questions?
Well, we're going to take questions after the entire presentation, so
Okay.
you may just please stick around in case
Yep.
there's questions of the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I also wanted to note we have been in contact with a couple psychiatrists, one particular who is interested in moving to Mendocino County. She was not able to be here today, but we will continue those conversations that she's interested in actually working with especially mental health population and bringing a cultural aspect approach to that. So really excited if we're able to get her on board as a contractor. And lastly, I want to introduce Diana Billy Elliott. She is been working with us. She's got this great new project that she's developing, and of course the county wants to support her project, and so we're looking to contract with them also. Her program is Indigenous Wellness Alliance, and she's going to talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Mulherin and the rest of the Board of Supervisors and the public. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Diana Billy Elliott. I'm the founder and president of the Indigenous Wellness Alliance Incorporated, also known as IWA. I'm also from the Hopland Band of Pomo Indians. Currently, I'm working on my clinical supervision hours with Tapestry Family Services. I'm very proud to announce that and say that, as I've been able to learn a lot from Tapestry and my amazing clinical supervisor and the management team there. I graduated from Humboldt State University in 2018 with my master's in social work. And in the entire time that I was getting my education, I knew that I wanted to become an LCSW, not only for Indian country, but for all people that want to, have those services in their families and in their lives. Indigenous Wellness Alliance, Inc. was established with the official 501c3 status in August of 2023. We created IWA for many reasons, but the main reason and the bottom line is that we want to help not only save lives, but we want to educate, empower, uplift, and motivate members of this community to see their full potential and find their purpose. We will do this by providing the following services. We will be providing individual, group, and family therapeutic sessions. We plan to have a diverse group of therapists, including Native American, Caucasian, and Latina, or Latino, Spanish speaking. We also will be providing enhanced care management, which is connecting members of the community to other supportive services that they identify that they want and need. We will provide community supports, which again is connecting them to other services and programs throughout the county. We will also be holding courses at our facility, which will include 5 certificated courses, one being reentry. I have a really strong relationship with Sheriff Matt Kendall. I've asked Matt to help me in getting together meetings with the parole and the probation offices here in this county so that we can create a strong working relationship and be ready to accept referrals from those agencies. We also will be providing parenting classes, which is also a 12-week certificated course, suicide prevention, addressing family violence and abuse, and strengthening relationships. Helping members of the community to experience the power of change is really big for us. It's a really, really big component of what we will be doing. We will also be providing culturally healing and wellness activities. We will also be providing AOD services with an emphasis on focusing on the fentanyl crisis that not only plagues our communities, but almost all communities, I would say, it's safe to say. We will also be providing anger management services and much more. We are in need of funding to create this wraparound program for the entire community. We were just notified recently that a building that we have applied for to rent, we were selected to take possession of the building. We're looking at a potential move-in date of September 1st. We're focusing on adults now, but in the future, we plan to open another office and have a youth division so that we will provide these services to young people. The takeaway of my today of why I wanted to come, and thank you again, Dr. Miller, for allowing me to be here. IWA will be working to create a full behavioral health integrated system that supports all providers, people, and communities in Mendocino County. It will be the top priority to build and sustain healthy partnerships with all systems of care to provide meaningful and beneficial access points for community members. No wrong door model, helping people find the right resources and supports to build healthy and safe communities. Supporting community to not just survive, but ultimately thrive in our community with meaningful, culturally strength-based programming that honors who decides to access it. Strengthening people and families, helping people be the best version of themselves. We in Mendocino County are all in this together. It is critical that we all do our part to work together to create a safety net to catch those that are most vulnerable before they fall through the cracks. IWA is fully committed to doing all that we can to be a part of this vision. Before I close, I just want to read one part of our vision statement of the Indigenous Wellness Alliance. At the core of our leadership are Native American leaders who bring forth a wealth of cultural understanding, wisdom, and in community engagement. We believe in collaborative and inclusive leadership that reflects the diversity of our Indigenous nations and surrounding community members, ensuring that our services are rooted in authenticity and relevance. Together, we envision a future where the Indigenous Wellness Alliance, Inc. continues to be a beacon of hope, fostering resilience, restoring cultural pride, and promoting the well-being of Indigenous individuals and every member of our community. Thank you for your time.
And that wraps up our presentation today.
Okay, Supervisor Jordy and Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, thanks. So I appreciate the presentation, and it's, maybe you've presented this past, I just don't remember. But I see where you've shown kind of concisely the outcomes for the two fiscal years, 22, 23, 24. And sometimes the outcomes for each of the groups on the different categories are relatively the same from one year to the next. Other cases, the outcomes are higher or lower from one year to the other. And I guess I'm wondering for the department and maybe for the committee, what is the department or the committee learning from this tracking? And are you going back to the groups and discussing, why maybe the outcomes were higher in some areas or maybe lower, and what was learned by that and what they might do differently going forward?
So we do look at their data monthly. We do quality improvement, quality assurance, utilization review committee meetings on a monthly basis that the group looks at, and we do ask outliers. So we're looking at, is there an outlier to your data when we see an inconsistency? We know for Anchor, there's a big change of people that step down to lower level of care. So we did ask that, and that was due to, with CalAIM implementation and a really push to make sure that when people are ready to go to the moderate level of care, we did a big push that year to move them to the moderate level of care if they were ready. So that's why you see that discrepancy, that you'll see a lot more in 22, 23 versus 23, 24. So we do look at the data. We do discuss the data with them. We also look to see, is it an outlier or is it a consistency that we need to address? Is there room for improvement? And so it depends. Each provider is going to have a different thing that we talk with them about. We have set up this year, because now that we've taken over the administration oversight. We've set up quarterly meetings with all of the providers. We started that in 23-24 to start talking about some of their data, and then obviously things that are happening within their system. They also will reach out and have set meetings with us if there's a concern or something we had addressed ahead of time. So we also we look at grievances that can be filed for each provider. So if there's an anomaly that pops up and maybe it's not during a quarterly meeting or it's outside of something we would address in one of our normal meetings, we'll call a side meeting with the provider and discuss what that's looking like. We hope to get, I know there's been a lot of requests to get to that 5-year mark where we're looking at 5 years. We only have the data for 2 years. We're hopeful that next year you'll have 3 years of data to look at, and we'll continue to do that so that you're able to see what's happening across our system of care over a 5-year period. And we do address it, and we do ask, what was the change?
Supervisor, do you have a
If I could just to follow, so is the information that the department's learning through this really kind of aggregate and not specific to individuals, or is it even learning at the individual level, the outcomes?
It's aggregate, but then because we meet monthly, we will drop down to, we'll see all the people that access services that month. Like if, for example, if we look at, we had 10 people access services, did they get their treatment within 14 days? If they didn't, we'll pull out those people that were outside the norm, that didn't meet the time frame, and ask the question, why did this person not get access to treatment within 14 days? What went wrong? What happened? Is it an outlier? Sometimes it's the family went on vacation, they couldn't come in within that 14 days. Okay, that's not something we're going to address. We will get a plan of correction. So we do plan of corrections. If they are outside of what we consider a norm that's been set, and it's not something like, hey, there was a valid reason, like they went on vacation, then we do plan of correction. So we do go all the way from aggregate all the way down to individual and look at those outliers and why those outliers are there. And we do issue plan of corrections, which requires them to respond and let us know how they're going to get into compliance.
Thank you. I have Williams, Hashak, and McGordy.
So generally, I think that we're heading in the right direction. I think it's a good plan. I'm about 90% of the way to saying, yes, I love it. So some remaining questions. How do we score success? I would want data formatted and evaluated as if you're in an academic setting and your peers are reviewing it. Do you think that's the quality data and analysis we're doing today? And if not, how do we get there before we execute these contracts?
I don't think we're doing that anywhere across California.
Yeah.
And I think that one thing with CalAIMS that the state is really looking at is how to create consistency across counties and collecting similar data. So one, we can see how we rate across the whole state. And one of the things we've talked about, which we're not there yet, but looking at this next year, is doing an internal audit, a survey audit, so that we're not giving the providers the survey, we're getting the survey out to the community ourselves and getting feedback that really shows us the whole bigger picture of, are you happy with your services? Are you able to access service? We get a lot of data, and I agree we need to also get that personal approach. We don't have that piece completely yet.
But a lot of the data that I've seen to date has been self-selected and not a valid research method, right? You need some sort of random sampling.
Right.
Choose your preference, but we haven't been doing it. So if we can't compare to other counties, the state, the nation, can we at least have somebody help us analyze whether we're improving year to year? How do we chart success? Because I'm asking the board, I imagine all my colleagues get calls like I get calls. I get calls from family members who say the county has failed us and here's why. And I can't take that anywhere, right? I'm hearing it, but that's their information. I can't get involved. Like a Board of Supervisors meeting, you generally get people showing up who want to protest, who are against something more than you get a fair sampling. So it may be that I'm not hearing a fair sampling. It may be that I'm hearing a small subset of failures, but it's all I hear. So my sense is this isn't working because look, these are the people who are calling, this is what they have to say. It's all negative. I would like for the board to outsource the analysis of this data so that we have something objective, unbiased to go on, and we can say, we know where we are, and we know year over year we're making improvements, it's getting better. And I don't think it's fair to have staff do it, right? There's an inherent bias in the relationship. The vendor can't do it. We certainly don't have the skills to do it. We need some sort of consultant to help us analyze how well we're doing so that we can guarantee that we're improving. The stories I hear, my best guess is we have some patients with the wrong provider, so there might be a better provider in our system that could provide a level of care that's more appropriate. We have people that just simply can't get the care they need in this county. I put that together because I hear from them when their family member calls after moving and they say, hey, I'm in Sonoma or I'm in Marin. Here's how it's gone since I've been here, the level of care I'm getting. And it's night and day difference. Is that just our funding level? But these are federally and state funded programs. Shouldn't that care be everywhere? So I have a lot of questions about how to gauge success. And I don't know the answer today. I couldn't tell you what our score is, but I know it's important to track it. Next question, how many psychiatrists do you think we need based on the current load? And how many will this plan provide?
So let me, I want to go back and
Yeah.
answer your stats, and then I will ask Karen, because we have, so the state requires us to have a certain number of psychiatrists. There's actually what's called a network adequacy requirement, and so what we have to do quarterly is submit all of our providers, level providers, and they determine whether or not we are in compliance with that requirement. And so Karen can talk a little bit about the NAC and what we're required to do. I do think we get some data that's, unbiased from the perspective of, we can say, did someone enter crisis again? If someone went into crisis last year and has been able to maintain and not go into crisis again, that's a success. Yep. And remember, we're talking about especially mental health. If someone stays and attends stays on meds and goes to their doctor's appointment, that's a success. Housing, keeping people housed is a success. I'd love to, we don't have the data on how many people are getting jobs yet, but it's something we could look at. Yep. I do think a survey done by the county would be unbiased, because we would send it out, it would have no one touching it. Currently, our surveys that the state does, it goes through the providers, and then that's provided to the clients. It is analyzed by UCLA, though. It's not analyzed by the county. It goes out to UCLA.
But I think, I would think, in addition, it's important to survey the medical providers, right? Because they're going to have a different take of has the patient improved. We're not concerned about does the patient like our service and do they think that they're better from it. We care about an objective measure by a medical professional that, yes, in fact, year over year, there's improvement based on the service we're providing.
Well, and we can do that. I think where we get fuzzy is that a lot of times providers don't realize what service we provide versus what service partnership provides. So there's that barrier that probably even you guys get phone calls and you're not sure, are they being served through partnership or are they being served through the county? Yeah. Should they be served by private insurance or should they be served by Medi-Cal? So there becomes that complication sometimes, and so we would have to figure out a way without breaching HIPAA to be able to say, here's all of our clients, were they served by you and did they improve? Because if you just say mental health, did you serve a mental health client? People are probably not going to know what system they're involved in, and we wouldn't be getting adequate data. It'd be invalid because we'd also be seeing partnerships numbers, private insurance, Medicare numbers. Right. So I would like to see some improvement, and for the board to support it being part of the plan from the onset, since we're engaging in a new path here. Let's decide up front rather than a year out asking, well, now how do we score it? We should know from the beginning what metrics we're going to use to determine condition of satisfaction. On the psychiatrists, how many psychiatrists, I'm looking for a number, would this plan provide, and how many do we think we need based on current load of patients? The reason I ask is it's one of the most common complaints that I hear. Constituents call and they say, my family member has been waiting. There are no psychiatrists available in the county. Some of them say it's been over a year waiting. So I want to know, how many do we need? We're spending upwards of $35 million a year on the various contracts in the aggregate. For $35 million a year, I know we can afford some psychiatrists. Maybe it's not enough, but it's going to be more than zero. Yeah, so I'll have Karen talk about that, and then I know that Anchor is here. They could probably speak to the number, but I will really quickly go back to just say, remember when people talk about psychiatrists, we have to ask, is that, and especially mental health side, are you having an issue accessing or private insurance and mild to moderate? Specialty, specifically county clients, people who are working through our behavioral health contractors.
Okay. The Department of Healthcare Services, for the how many do we need question, they set out a network adequacy standard, and it's based on the number of Medi-Cal beneficiaries our county has. So it fluctuates a little bit by beneficiary type, and they also divide it by age, minors under 21 and adults over 21. And they include up to 21 as far as the youth because of the EPSDT age and different coverages of reimbursement rates and codes related to their Medi-Cal benefits. Mendocino County typically is just shy of 3 psychiatrists for our Medi-Cal population. It usually fluctuates between about 1.8 FTE equivalents for adults and 1.2 for minors.
And are we meeting that today?
We tend to meet it.
So then why am I getting calls that people can't get to a psychiatrist for a long period of time?
I can't answer that because our data isn't showing that.
So that's what I'd like to put that down as a bullet point, is I want to capture that data of how long are patients waiting for psychiatry.
And we look at that monthly. That is our monthly data we look at because we have to report it to the state. And I think our last update was, I'll pull it, but I think 10 days is the most. We're usually getting
Sounds reasonable. 10 days would sound reasonable to me.
Yeah, the state requires 14 days. Yeah. It's a mandate.
It's never months.
Never months.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing any outliers that are showing that, but we could go back and relook at that. That's why I wanted to know whether it was special or mild to moderate, because that's data we check every month with our providers.
Two more questions. I appreciate the chair's leniency here. Adventist Health sent a vision statement. I know it went to all supervisors. I don't know who else received it, and indicated they would like to get involved in providing some mental health services. Are you working with them? Did they get a chance to submit on this RFP?
They didn't submit on the RFP. What they submitted was their vision statement for the RFP. And the RFP committee looked at that and said it's kind of apples to oranges because it's not an RFP. I have been working with Jeremy Malin, talking with them. We've been working on how we create a collaboration in Mendocino County and bring all our providers together. I've talked also at the Consolidated Tribal Board about that's a desire we want to do, is have a collaboration where we start looking at our gaps versus our current services. And what does that look like? And so that would include Adventist. So we have been having conversations. I have been having conversations with both Jack Lungu and Jeremy Malin about how do we start working together and how do we fill some of those gaps that are within our communities, or how do we not duplicate services so that our monies go further?
Okay, so I would like to see that discussion as part of the proposal before we approve it. I don't think there's likely to be competition. It's more how do we get all of the partners to provide a piece of the puzzle, because even all of them working is probably not enough to cover every patient. But the fact that they've expressed interest, I'd like to at least have that outreach of how can we work together. I know they have a vested interest in some days, at least on the coast, half the ER is occupied by mental health patients, sometimes for many days. One point, one of their executives told me that it was almost a month they had somebody. And it's not the right level of care. That individual would be served somewhere else. There was nowhere else to transfer to. So I'd like to bring them to the table and have the discussion. And then last, criminal justice providers. Do we have input from sheriff and probation on this plan? Because I know they see people when other services fail. And I would like to at least have their thumbs up that they think this is heading in the right direction.
I can't speak for them, but I can tell you they had a Juanita Dreiling is from the Sheriff's Department, and they had someone sit in on the RFP.
Okay, so maybe...
So did probation.
Appreciate that. Maybe the board could ask. I think they're probably going to give a thumbs up, but it's better to check that all partners agree.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak and Supervisor McGordy.
Well, a couple questions. One is about the center point, and my understanding is that it will provide dual diagnosis treatment. And is that being provided at this point in the county? And will people have to go out of county to receive these services until a facility is found?
So currently, they're not being provided at the level we need for dual diagnosis in Mendocino County. We have outpatient groups that are being provided. We don't have, for those that are high-level dual diagnosis, we don't have a residential treatment option, and they do go out of county currently, and that's been happening for several years. We don't have medical detox in this county. That is what CenterPoint offers, and so their model would be focused on dual diagnosis, but they could take anybody. That's one agreement that they've said is like, we can focus on dual diagnosis, but we would take anyone that needed a bed immediately. They do work to get people in, I don't want to speak for you, but right away. They try to get them in, I think, within 24, 48 hours. They really work on that. But that would be new to Mendocino County. We do not have dual diagnosis substance use treatment that does residential here. We send them to Shasta County or Humboldt County. And then obviously we don't have medical detox. So this would be the first medical detox in Mendocino County that we really have. And that they're willing to do follow-up care with clients to make sure that even when they leave, they don't get dropped. And they've been doing this for many years. And Chris can add more if you have other questions.
Okay. And then the other question is with the medical records, and I received a phone call, probably all the board did, about RCS and this interoperability of the their system versus our system or the Avatar system, that how do we ensure that we're getting all the records we need to get proper compensation from the state and do the audits and everything is like, what's your opinion of this?
So the majority of the providers will be going into Avatar, which will be, it goes from into Avatar and it goes automatically into the county system. We're doing a two-route system, which means the county has their main system, so they're not seeing everything. And then they'll have what's called the two-route system, so everything they put in automatically uploads to the county system. It's an auto, it syncs no matter what, you know. With RCS, they're looking at interoperability and what that would look like. They will have to have an Avatar account, an admin side of an Avatar account to be able to open clients and push the billing. We're still in a conversations of, you know, what does that look like? Would we have to build stuff out? We've been talking to Sac Valley and Avatar to see what does that look like. And so we've been in conversations with RCS. We're hopeful that we can get it based on Qualifax conversations with RCS. They see no issue with not being able to make it work. And so we're working on our end with our provider. I know that I did talk to Tony Rakes, and he says IT is willing to come to the table also and talk with us about what that looks like. We know that we may have to add pieces to our system to make it fully interoperable, but we're still researching all of that with Avatar.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGordy?
First of all, thanks to every one of you. You work with the most vulnerable of our population. Our job is tough. Your job is really tough. And I appreciate all that you do because of that. I would like to know a little bit more about the transition to lower level of care, what exactly that means. And if you could explain to us typically what happens with patients who come in a mental health emergency.
So lower level of care, it goes both ways. So an individual can go to higher level of care, or an individual can transition to lower level of care. When we're talking about like Anchor, for example, or we're talking about one of the providers, it means that the individual came in, was receiving specialty mental health services. They were able to stabilize to a level where they no longer needed the high level of care. So it means that they don't need that specialty level, but they might actually graduate and not need services. Or they might they'd be fine to be served by their primary care or being able to be served by the clinics. So what the state requires us to do is that we look at where the client is at that time. Are they mild to moderate or severe? If you're severe, you go into the county system. So even if someone who's being served by Hillside, they're being served by Hillside, they come in, they're mild. If they escalate to where they need that specialty mental health service, they do a transition to us. So it's a warm handoff where we send a referral. You maintain that client until the referral is picked up by the provider, and you sort of do that warm handoff. One of the nice things that is new with Cal Ames, which didn't happen before, is that Cal Ames allows that person to continue to be treated while they're waiting for that transition to that new system. It used to be the moment you diagnosed that they didn't qualify for your system, or they, transitioned out of your system, you had to do a referral. You weren't supposed to continue to serve them. What's nice about Cal Ames now is that we can continue to serve them as we do the transition to the next level of care, which is really beneficial to the client, because if it takes 3 months to get in somewhere, they're not stuck without services for 3 months. So it means that the person has stabilized to a level that they're able to be served by a mild to moderate provider, or they might be being served by a mild to moderate provider and need a higher level of care, and then that referral would come to the county for us to serve them.
I'm curious too, when someone is in a mental health crisis, what is the time now that you're seeing from when they're brought into the system to when they're actually placed or get treatment?
It depends if you're talking about hospitalization. It depends on a couple different things. What type of hold are they on? That matters. What's their acuity level? That matters. We hate to say that facilities cherry pick, but most of these facilities are private, and they get to pick whether they want to take a client or not. They also depended on insurance. If you have private insurance, you're probably going to get a place quicker because there's more bed availability for private insurance and Medicare than there are for Medi-Cal clients, especially those that are between 21 and 64. So And it depends on what's happening across the state. Sometimes there's a lot of bed availability, even for the Medi-Cal facilities, but sometimes every county is vying for a bed at the same time, and that could prolong your wait. We try to get everyone out. We like to get them out within 24, 48 hours. And we don't want to leave them in the ER. It's not the best place for them to be. We all know that. But it's not for lack of trying. It's a lack of beds across the state of California. We don't have enough beds in the state of California. We really don't have enough beds that take Medi-Cal. The state is rolling out a 1115 waiver that should allow, if counties decide to opt in, to be able to place individuals in short-term IMD facilities, which, as we know, there's a federal Institute for Mental Disease. It's a federal exclusion, which is why we can't place individuals at certain facilities. They're doing a waiver for the state for the first time, so we'll see how that rolls out and whether that actually allows for placement quicker within facilities. In regards to LPS, just to throw that out, I think that's our longest placement. If someone is conserved in this county, trying to find a bed, depending on the level of care, can be months. Because once again, we do not have the number of facilities in the state of California that we need, and it also depends on the client's acuity. Sometimes what we hear is, sorry, your client's too acute. And there's even the psych hospitals. Your client's too acute, we can't take them. We have too many people that are too acute today to take them. And so that everything adds. If they have a special needs or a medical condition, certain facilities are not going to take them. If they have a walker or a cane or a wheelchair, that's another thing where certain facilities are not going to take them. There's multiple reasons that sometimes people don't get placed as quickly as we'd like them.
Mm-hmm. It's very exciting that we're about to break ground on our own facility. So how do you see things changing as that facility comes online, and how next year or the year after?
2025. I see a lot changing. I see a lot. I'd love to see 100%, but then I'm probably setting myself up for failure. So I think that we're going to see a 75% at least change in the process. And I'm hopeful that with California regs, that as we continue to see changes, we continue to see easier access. What I would love to see, and we're not seeing it today, is psych facilities be able to screen the clients themselves instead of them having to go to the ERs for medical clearance. I don't see that changing anytime in the next year, but it would be amazing to get to a point where you could drop them off, they can get their medical clearance and admit it at a facility versus what happens to our emergency rooms. But that is something, we could work on. And how do we make that differently? I've been talking with the Hospital Association. Megan came down and had a conversation. That's another part of that collaboration. And talking about how do we better partner between the different legislative bodies that we have, public health, behavioral health, hospital associations, to make sure we're working together to make better access to care for our clients, and that includes behavioral health access.
That seems like that would be a really good discussion with Adventus, is how do we have people in a mental health crisis that aren't sitting in a very noisy, loud emergency care room. So, well, thank you. That's very helpful. And I also want to shout out to Ms. Billy Elliott, class of '74, Humboldt State. So I really love your vision, the vision that you have of looking at and trying to think about the care of the whole individual and make them healthy in many ways while culturally sensitive, I think is really, really important. I wish you the best of luck, and I'm very supportive.
Thank you. Dr. Miller, do you have anything to add before I open it up to public comment? I guess maybe Supervisor Jurdy has a question before public comment.
So I realize this report and what the county does is working with the Medi-Cal patients who are in the county system. But I noticed at the end of the presentation, there's the consumer of the services and their perception survey, which I think is interesting and helpful. I'm curious, has the department or has the county developed some kind of community survey to understand what's the perception of the community in terms of services? And I guess what I'm thinking of is people may individually know someone who's in services, either private or county services, but they also may just simply randomly encounter someone in a parking lot who's tripping out or whatever, or downtown, and they may not be in any services, but for the member of the public, that's the person they encounter. And so I'm kind of curious, has our county or has any other county kind of looked at that community perception of is the conditions on the street getting better or worse?
I can't speak for any other county. I don't know if they've done that. I can definitely put out to, the nice thing about our associations, we can throw out questions of I did throw out, I think last year, what data do you guys provide and collect? And we probably were one of the counties with the biggest amount of data that we collect, because I actually sent it to all the behavioral health directors. But it is something we were looking to do this year, is a survey, a community survey with a QR code that anyone could rate our services. And it would say, are you accessing services? Have you ever accessed services, or maybe not? And what are you seeing? So that was something new we were trying to develop this year, was a survey for the community.
So again, I wasn't particularly thinking of the people who are accessing services. It's for members of the public who encounter someone who appears to need some help.
Well, and that survey would allow them to say that, like, I'm not receiving services, but here's what I see. And that would hopefully get that insight too.
Supervisor Williams?
You haven't had a chance to.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you to the RFP committee. That I know that you did a lot of work, as did our service providers that have come forward with proposals. I think that one of the challenges that we face as a county is really trying to describe who qualifies for specialty mental health care and who doesn't. And I think for the general population that might encounter somebody, they may not realize that that person doesn't qualify for specialty mental health, although to the majority of us, they may appear as though they do. And that even is the case sometimes with family members that have a loved one that suffers from various levels of mental health issues. So I just hope that as we continue to move forward with our mental health system, including adding the PUF, including adding the behavioral health wing with this sort of new model where we're really trying to look at statistics, that we do a lot more outreach within our community about what the county provides, about what we don't, about how to partner with the other service providers that do offer mild to moderate health, and how individuals, family members can access those services, because I think that's really one of the challenges for people getting services is there's so many different types of services that are being offered that it's pretty hard to navigate. And I think that just from my conversations and attending meetings, I think that some people may not realize how challenging just even making the appointment and attending the appointment can be. So the more that county behavioral health system and our service providers can offer outreach to directly access folks with mental health issues, I think the better that we are all as a community. Supervisor Williams?
These contracts are to begin October 1st. I assume these won't be retroactive. We have time between now and then. Okay. Yeah. So it's really hard when the agenda publication comes out on a Thursday evening. You have a weekend in between, and then we're voting on Tuesday. To work with staff for the public to get involved. This is probably the biggest, in the aggregate, this is at least as a topic, is the biggest contract the county puts out. Is there an opportunity between now and October for the board and the public to understand how the performance improvement will work, how scoring and ongoing monitoring will work, how we can all agree if we're winning or losing? And I'm not concerned if we have some failures. I'm concerned if we're not documenting those failures. I think that's where we let the public down. If we say, hey, this is a new program, we're going in a different direction, and it has some hiccups, totally fine. But if we don't have a way to present the data and show the public whether we're getting better or worse every quarter, I don't think we're doing our job. Between now and then, can you come back, or what do you recommend?
So I can come back if you like when we bring the contracts. So the plan is to bring them in September, so they won't be retro. That's the plan. We also put data on our behavioral health webpage. So we have data on the contractors that we post up there. If you look at the behavioral health webpage, there's data on substance use. There's data on the performance of the providers. We also started doing data on our public health webpage to give data on our statistics, our diseases. I don't know if that's a way I'm willing to do.
I know. I'm asking for more data, and you're saying, well, we're providing more data than we ever have, right? And I agree, and I appreciate it. Somehow it's not translating into public trust, and that's what I would like to bridge is, and maybe bringing someone in who can take that data and give a presentation showing objectively, unbiased, yes, the county is improving. We've analyzed it, and we think the county's headed in the right direction. That may be more convincing than what we have today of data on a website. People look at that and they don't know what to think. Some of the data presented today, I was going really fast, but I wouldn't be able to analyze that and draw any conclusions. Not enough samples, no no annotations of how the data was collected, other confounding variables, what are the features that were analyzed in that, and it's only a couple data points, so hard to draw a trend. So, and I know this only started a couple years ago, so we don't have a lot to work with. So I don't want to be critical, but I do want to get a system in place in advance so that we're not in a position after the fact where the public says the county's not providing a good service, and those 5 supervisors don't know. We're spending millions of dollars, and we're left in a position of, we trust staff, but do we really trust the data that we're getting to be indicative of improvement? Am I alone here?
I think Supervisor Williams at the board has been encouraged by the increase in data, and certainly Dr. Miller's open to improving that throughout the community. I agree that maybe there's a consultant or somebody out there that can take the data and just share it in a digestible format for the community, and we can probably work with the CEO's office to find some way to make that happen.
That would work for me.
Great. This time I would like to open the item up for public comment. If you're in the room and wish to come forward, please go ahead and form a line so I can visually see who wants to speak. And if you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature or press *9 on your telephone.
Yes, hello, Board of Supervisors, Chairman, CEO. My name is Dan Anderson. I'm with Anchor Health Management. I've been working with Anchor Health since we started back in 2013, 2014. And before that, I've been working with the mental health system since 2000, when we started actually having organizational providers participate in delivering mental health services. And I'm trying to figure out how to respond to some of the conversation that just happened here. I appreciate the interest that the board currently showing in our mental health system. I think your questions are important and astute. However, I have to express some frustration here that this conversation with Supervisor Williams is something that we have, seems like, every year. And the board knows that we provide a lot of data every month, every year to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. It's posted on the web pages, and we've been providing data from our electronic health records since we started in 2013. We have responded with special, actually study groups to Supervisor Williams' requests about specific outcome data that we track clear down to specific locations geographically in the county. We've looked at specific behavioral outcomes, everything from housing to whether they, reduce their expressions of their symptoms. So to say we don't have data, or we just started 2 years ago, feels very politically driven, and it's very frustrating to sit here as one of your providers who's worked very, very hard to try to create a system that can meet the needs of our community. So forgive me if I'm presenting here as a little bit elevated, because it just feels like this conversation is not genuine. But having said that, I'd also like to respond to, just one more comment though. I do appreciate the push here. So I think there's a valid partnership to say, okay, how can we do this better? How can we get better outcomes? So that's a good point. What's frustrating is not recognizing the engagement that's happened year after year after year. I mean, we're going on 10 years here with the same conversation. So, that's really frustrating at times. To your specific questions that you asked earlier in the comment, like how many providers do we currently have? So right now, Anchor has 2 psychiatrists. We have 2 other clinicians that are, one's a physician's assistant, one's a nurse practitioner who work under the oversight of our psychiatrists. We also have 2 RNs that do our intravenous shot clinics. So in addition to that, we also have consultants that work with us on a variety of things. It's challenging, and it's nice to hear that there's another psychiatrist that's interested in coming into our county. It is really challenging to hold and maintain psychiatrists and qualified providers to deliver medication support services. Right now, as far as I am aware, and your comment saying somebody's been waiting a year to get access to a psychiatrist is alarming, and I guess I'm shocked, actually. Supervisor Williams, we have interacted personally in the past where you've said, okay, I have a constituent that's having this problem, how do we solve it? You called me, we've figured it out together. If you have somebody that's your constituent saying, I haven't been able to see a psychiatrist in a year, that's shocking and alarming and should not happen. It should not happen. Call me. I will get them in immediately. We have 12 slots every week for crisis clients. For crisis clients, they're averaging getting into a psychiatrist within 2 to 7 days. Let me see you do that to your primary care physician. You know, see if you can get an appointment to see your doctor within 2 to 7 days. Our average time for just regular new clients that are not in some sort of crisis is 10 to 15 days. If there's an exception, we actually go down and look at that and try to find out what happened. Generally, it's because they either didn't show for their appointment or they declined it because of whatever, you know, they're on vacation or doing something like that. So to somehow put out here in a public forum that somebody has to wait a year in our system is outrageous. And you know my phone number. It's listed in our webpage. Call me. Dr. Miller's, you know how to reach her. If you have a constituent that's saying, I can't get services, reach out to your public health director, and she calls me. I have conversations periodically about specific situations. And I'm sorry running over, but
No,
you
that's okay.
raised
So
a bunch of stuff,
I
and
understand,
you need
Mr.
a response from a provider.
Thank you. And I was just about to say that I wanted to note for the record that I stopped the clock because the other presenters had time that wasn't timed.
I've got two more things to respond to.
Okay. And I think that Supervisor Williams might have questions, so I just kind of wanted to bring the tone down a little bit so we can continue the conversation.
And I apologize for
You don't need to apologize.
heat of this. You
be-
can tell that you touched a nerve with me.
You can be frustrated, but if the conversation has gone on for 10 years, I've only been here for 5. So it had to have been with other people
The
as well.
conversation about data has been going on since we started.
Okay, so
Can I respond before you do that? The two other things I wanted to talk to you about, that's transition.
Yes, please do. Talk about the two other things, and then we'll go to Supervisor Williams.
So the other conversation was about the discrepancy in you know, the reduction in the numbers of clients that were transitioning to a lower level of care. So I guess the thing I would like to remind the board of, coming into 22, 23 was just getting out of COVID. And COVID really threw a wrench into a lot of stuff. And one of the things was being able to get services to clients, getting them to the right place. We were relying on telehealth for a lot, and it was difficult transitioning folks down. In addition to that, as Dr. Miller has already mentioned, CalAIM came in and opened up some pathways for us to do this. So in 22, 23, there was a focus on making sure clients were at the right level of care. It's been difficult because our managed care providers also struggle with getting and retaining and having providers and clinicians. And in fact, one of the challenges that we just have gone through is one of our local managed care providers, and I'm not going to name names, has actually called us and said, can you stop making referrals to us because we can't serve them? Can you hold them? That's a situation we're dealing with right now, that we can't transition clients that actually could be seen by a lower level of care because they don't have providers. They can't do it. I do think that that what you're seeing in the data for 23, 24 is probably the new normal in terms of what would be transitioning down. The 22, 23 year I don't think is actually a typical year because of what was happening with COVID, because of the CalAIM change. But it's tough. It's tough to be able to do that. And sometimes we have clients that could transition down, but they say, no, I want to stay with my provider. It's stressful to change. And so sometimes there are clients that we see that actually could be served better in a lower level of care, but don't because of a client's preference. So thank you. I just wanted to add that.
I appreciate that. Was that the last point?
I think so,
Okay.
but I probably forgot some.
We're in different roles. You're trying to run a company, and I imagine you're doing it successfully, right? I'm in a different role. I'm in a role of approving tens of millions, I guess since I've been here, hundreds of millions of dollars in this category. And I'm hearing from the public nonstop. And the public, the people that, at least the people who pick up the phone or then call me, don't trust that the county is providing good services today in this area. Roads, they can see it. I can see it. Everybody can look at it and say, we did a chip seal 2 years ago. Look at the potholes in it. This is a domain where it's much more difficult to measure those potholes. What I'm asking for is, it may be that you're providing the best service of any vendor statewide. It may be that it's improving year to year, but it's not making it, it's not in a digestible form that the public can grasp. And the public is calling me, I'm their representative. I don't have a way to pull up that data and analyze it and go back and sit with the public and say, no, here's how I read it. I look at it and I can't draw conclusions from it either. So it may be that a lot of data is collected. It may be that you're spending a lot of effort publishing the data, but it's not reaching the public in a way that needs to happen for the public to trust the system. So that's what I'm looking for, is how do we build a partnership between the vendors and the county? It may be as simple as hiring a statistician to come in who knows mental health and unbiased from the outside, analyze all the data from all the providers, tell the supervisors and the public where we are and where we're headed.
And I welcome that, and I appreciate that. I think that's a very appropriate way to frame it. I do think that we've struggled with that gap every year, trying to make sure that people know how to navigate a very complicated mental health system, Medi-Cal, just accessing whether it's healthcare or mental health care. It's not easy.
Yep.
And the more we can do together as a partnership, we'd love that.
So please don't take it as...
What you got on my nerves where I was saying a patient was waiting a year to get services.
These are the sort of calls that I receive. Well, and HIPAA, I'm not calling you and saying, hey, this individual by this name needs help. I can't do that. Right?
But
so
you can give them.
I do, and I'll tell you, this is not specific to your company, but specific to the county providing specialty mental health. I have people calling me who say they don't want to complain because they're afraid they or their loved ones will get retribution, that they're going to get worse service. It doesn't matter if I say, no, that won't happen in our county. That's where they are. And
so we need to find a way.
We need to find a way to alleviate it.
Yep, I'm with you on that. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Hi, good afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Board, CEO Antle and County Council, Victoria Kelly, Redwood Community Services. First, want to thank the behavioral health staff for all their work on the RFP, and especially the committee. I know it's a lot of work. And I also want to thank Anchor Health Management for during this really challenging transitional time, both in our county, but at our state level, facing many of the reforms that our industry is facing. This is a very challenging time for us all as providers. But I want to thank them both because I think we're working as best we can to address issues, make sure the transition is as smooth as possible. But I really also want to highlight that RCS continues to be fully committed to the successful partnership between RCS and Behavioral Health Recovery Services, and our collaboration continues to be crucial in providing comprehensive, responsive, and evidence-based mental health services to the community. I think our partnership is a testament to our shared dedication to improving lives of those we serve. I also really want to share my deep gratitude to the entire team at RCS, from the administration to direct service, for their continued dedication and compassion for all those people struggling and in need of support in our community. They are truly the superheroes. Lastly, I want to emphasize that RCS will continue to adapt its services to community needs by monitoring local, state, and federal direction, staying up to date with policy changes and recommendations from various local and state departments, as we have for many, many years. RCS also understands and is very committed to achieving the BHRS objectives related to complete chart and data accessibility, to enhance the efficiencies that have been discussed in this RFP recommendations, and to continue to provide transparent outcome data and adjust if necessary. I'll continue to provide that data and outcomes regularly at the Behavioral Health Board and to this board. And I am confident that our continued partnership with Behavioral Health Recovery Services will continue to bring about positive outcomes for the community we serve. We also look forward to developing partnerships with the new organizational providers that you've heard about today to create a strong continuum of care. We're grateful for this opportunity to contribute to the well-being of Mendocino County and look forward to achieving our shared outcomes. Thank you.
Does the board have any questions? Okay. I'm not seeing any. Please come forward. Lily, go ahead and not do the clock. Perfect.
I'm Paul Davis. I'm with the Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center. Good afternoon, supervisors. Yeah, so MCHC has been doing specialty mental health services since 2016, and we are primarily a homeless services agency, so we do all kinds of things. Shelter, transitional housing, and helping people get housed. And specialty mental health has been really integral to that process. The folks come with barriers, and when and where they are mental health barriers, those need to be addressed before we can assist them in improving their housing situation, which we think is key to their long-term success. So the services they receive in specialty mental health help break down those barriers so that the other folks that they're working with in our other departments, whether it's shelter or folks that are trying to help them get a voucher, those barriers get diminished, and we're able to surround them by a team so that they can move on. And we've had a lot of success with that. 30-something folks in the last contract year, 26 folks housed in the contract year. May not seem like a lot, but in an area where housing is short and expensive,
Thank you. I'm not seeing any. Are there any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one come forward, I do have one hand raised online, and I believe that's Mark Donegan.
Hello, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner, educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. I have a couple of points here to make. First of all, I'm a graduate of DAC about 35 years ago, actually. Centerpoint, big believer in them. Absolutely was a great thing. I believe I did it twice, just for fun. And then secondly, I'm going to give Supervisor Williams a birthday present. The data that you love is coming tomorrow. It comes every month, as I said, in our packet, and it comes in all these different forms that they put together, like you like, and that is our job. I have our job description here. There's I believe 8 actual things that the Behavioral Health Advisory Board is supposed to do, among reviewing all the contracts and all these other things. And as one of the newer members, it's a flood of numbers. But after a while, I've actually gotten to know some of these people as a number, because we are not that big a county if you put in the effort. Lastly, I'd like to thank RCS for all they do. Victoria Kelly, I appreciate the presentations you give us every month about that data. Any questions that we've ever had about that data, you've answered to the point. But I'd like you to think about, and all the providers to think about, and I keep saying this, the public is not seeing anything, because when they walk to Safeway and they got somebody walking off or going off the rails, there's no one to call, and we think that there is. And there's this myth that we have a crisis response unit, and we do not. We have one person there right now. He's basically running a training program that's not being supported because nobody supports the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, who advises the director, and she does not get that input from somebody like myself who's been through these programs. And crisis response unit is first contact for the public and for the client, a person like I was at that time. So anyways, RCS and all these providers, I'd like you to think about that, restructuring a little bit, doing that lower end work. We keep focusing on the psychiatrists, and yeah, we need them. I always support that as well. But what you're missing is the bottom end. And so I just throw that in there. It's a constant theme of mine. You'll hear it again tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
You know, Mark brings up a really interesting point, and that is, what is our primary response? So I know the board has been very interested in the crisis response unit that Chief Cervenka is doing in Fort Bragg, and I just wondered, maybe Dr. Miller can tell us right now how we're handling a crisis, and if CRU seems like it's something that could be expanded here to our location as well.
So right now we have 3 options. And so one, CRU is not a crisis response. I want to make sure they're a community response. So I want to make sure we differentiate between crisis response and community because very different levels of work that we do from when we're responding for a crisis versus a community response. We definitely, what we have currently within the county, we have mobile outreach and prevention services that go out into the outlying areas that do community outreach. They get called by community members, probation, law enforcement. They're usually serving our South Coast, Laytonville, Covelo areas because most of our services are inland. We also have crisis, a general crisis that RCS runs that they will respond to. You can go to the crisis center. They will do some outreach if they get called, and then obviously they respond to the hospitals. We have the mobile crisis response that the county is operating, which we go out with law enforcement. So we go out with UPD and sheriff. And then we also just started building that relationship with WPD to be able to work on that response. We hadn't been working with them before, but we are now. And then we have the Heads Up program. So the Heads Up program, we've been working with local law enforcement and fire to notify us if they see somebody on the streets that they interact with, or maybe they don't, they just notice them, they send an email and let us know, hey, I saw Jeff, here's kind of what he looks like, he needs an outreach. So then that gets sent over to Megan Van Sant's team, and it works with behavioral health, and we do an outreach to that individual. It's not a crisis in the moment, but they'll usually screen all of those. They'll come in, and then either behavioral health will go out and start working with that person, or someone from the social services side will go out and work with that individual. What we have learned from the Heads Up program is that it's about a 33%. It's not all mental health and substance use that we're getting calls on. There are a lot of other needs in our community that are different than just substance use and mental health. We do respond to the substance use and mental health, but we're actually learned that there are a lot of elderly that are also in need. So they might not be on the streets, but there's a lot of calls to 911 or a lack of people being able to get access to services. So Heads Up has actually brought more attention to there are a lot more needs than we always hear about behavioral health and substance use, but our Heads Up program is also giving us data that there are also other needs in our community that we are needing to focus on throughout that.
Okay, before I turn it back to the board, I do want to make sure that everybody that wanted to give public comment has done that. And seeing no one coming forward and seeing no hands raised online, I'm going to come back to the board. I had Supervisor Jerdy McGordy. Are you finished with your question? And then Williams.
Yeah, so I just wanted to follow up on the CRU project that's in Fort Bragg. And this is purely anecdotal, not scientific, but my own personal observations is that prior to the city of Fort Bragg having that program, the random encounters you might have with someone who's acting kind of odd downtown or at parking lots was at least as common, I would say, in Fort Bragg as I've encountered in Ukiah. And I would say since it's been implemented, I would say it's more common that I would randomly encounter something like that, supermarket or whatever in Ukiah, than in Fort Bragg. So maybe that's just an unusual observation by me. Maybe that's not the actual truth on the ground, but is the department or the county sheriff's office, I don't know who, looking at what's working, what seems to be working in Fort Bragg, and is there a way of seeing about expanding that maybe through Ukiah PD or something? Again, it's not my district, but I'm saying it looks like it's working in Fort Bragg, and it doesn't look like it's working in Ukiah. So I hear you're saying that we have similar programs run by other people, but it looks more effective in Fort Bragg, just based on my own anecdotal observation.
And I don't want to speak for the law enforcement agencies, which is why I don't want to speak to CRU, because it's run through law enforcement. I know that there was a grant that we applied for, and it was a conversation with all local law enforcement, whether they were interested in doing the grant. It was actually a grant I brought forward and said, hey, this is on the table. We could look at it for CRU. I believe it was applied for by Fort Bragg Police Department to expand, I think, into the South Coast. But there was, my understanding, not interest to apply for it in any other area. But I don't want to speak for that. That was my understanding from the meetings I attended.
Well, the CEO can speak, but I'd also like to add something to that conversation.
Chair, if I may, I believe Sheriff Kendall's on the line, if he may want to add, but we did pull our team together and talk about it. And we thought right now the best option for us, considering our staffing situation, was to support Fort Bragg and expanding their program over on the coast. So I believe they were going both north and south of the city of Fort Bragg.
And I think that's great, but I mean, Dr. Miller, we've spoken about some of the other programs that are being offered, and I think that your team, the team from Social Services with Megan Van Sand's team, have all looked at other ways that we can improve, including our overdose outreach team. So I think that those opportunities for improvement in the Ukiah area are available. We just have to get to a place where we can staff those, and also really, I feel like people want it to be called something so that it's not multiple teams working on something. But currently what we have is multiple teams working, and although you all collaborate monthly, you meet on specific individuals that probably people are experiencing in shopping centers, it's not known as something. So I think there's some more work beyond even, we definitely want funding for it, but I think there's some work on sharing the story of the work that's being done that can be improved. Supervisor Hashak?
Well, going back to the discussion about data, and I think that getting the data in a more consumable way is a good thing. What I don't want is to get a consultant and bring back data that's still not consumable. So I just wonder if Supervisor Williams would be willing to work with whatever consultant, or it sounds like the data is out there, to make it into a consumable way.
Yeah, absolutely, I would. And I think Eisen's presentation from maybe last year, many months ago, I got public feedback. The public could understand that, and they felt like it was building trust, that department is meeting its objectives. I don't get the same for behavioral, and it's not because behavioral isn't working hard. It's not because we don't have a director who's dedicated. It's not because the vendors aren't doing a good job. There's a gap in the public's ability to understand what we're producing. And I would like to bridge that. It may be as simple as some infographics showing that data charted and what it means. So yes, Supervisor Haschak, I would be happy to work on that. I was going to move approval, amending it with, and staff to return with performance review methodology prior to contract adoption.
I could second that.
Dr. Miller, is that something that we're going to be able to accomplish? I think we want these contracts to come back by September.
We can look at a method or possibly be looking for a contractor. I don't know that we would get somebody contracted and done by the time we bring the contract
We don't
back.
need to use someone from the outside. I would like a discussion about how we're going to analyze performance on these contracts so that we're setting the expectation up front rather than midstream or when the contract's at the end of the cycle. How are we going to score whether or not we were successful? That would be a starting point to build some public trust.
That's doable by the time we bring the contracts back.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and vote by the body.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I would like to quickly, hopefully, take item 4F and then take a 10-minute break to take the remainder of the regular calendar and then go into a working closed session lunch if the board is okay with that. Seeing no objections. Item 4F is the discussion and possible action, including approval of appropriation transfer of funds from Fund 1100, line item 7717, general reserve by $4 million for fiscal year 24-25 to fund 1100, line item 770,079, designated reserve for COP-related projects. Transfer of funds from Fund 1100, line item. CEO Antle, did you want to carry this conversation?
Yes, Chair, if I may, this is just a kind of a loan, a use of funds for cash flow during this time when we are waiting for reimbursement from the state. So we want to be able to continue to use and pay our vendors timely for the jail project and not dip into the treasury. So we need to move this money, full intentions of paying it back as the timeline starts to balance out and the cash flow catches up with state reimbursement. We do have Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector Sarah Pierce on the line, as well as the Sheriff, should there be any questions.
Supervisor Williams, did you have questions?
No, I was going to move approval. I don't see any other option here.
Supervisor McGordy?
Second.
Any board members that have questions or comments? Sheriff Kendall, I think you've been waiting a long time. Did you want to comment?
No, I just wanted to echo what CEO Anthill said. This is just one of those things where there seems to be some delays coming from the state. When this catches back up, we're hopeful that we can put it right back into the fund as fast as possible. Thank you.
Sarah Pierce, I see your hand has been raised.
Yeah, good afternoon, board. I do want to just say, based on the projections of what the contractors' invoices are and then reimbursement back to the state, it's anticipated that the full funding would be replaced within this fiscal year. So it's not crossing fiscal years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? Seeing no one come forward in the room and seeing no hands raised online, we will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
At this time, I'd like to give staff and the board a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 1:25.
Emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica, o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí.
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared?
We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the
Back to order.
business degree.
We are on item 4B, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution to confirm the proceedings and assessments for the new special benefit assessment for the operation and maintenance of the Willits Creek and Firco emergency access roads, ordering the operation and maintenance of improvements, and designating various county officers to provide notice of and to collect ballots and receive deposit assessments to a special fund. Will staff please report to the board your announcement of the tabulation of the results?
Good afternoon, Chair, Board, Anna Mackin, Executive Office. So we have completed the ballot tabulation for the Sherwood Corridor Special Assessment, and we had a total of 1,778 ballots cast. With the weighted multiplier, the assessment passes with 6,680 380 votes in favor and 3,738 votes in protest.
Thank you. Given the results indicating there's not a majority protest, the board may have a motion on the resolution. Supervisor Hashak.
I'll move approval of the resolution. I'll second.
We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank some of the people who've really worked on this. Certainly Sherwood Firewise and the Brook Trails Township Community Service District were integral, but I really want to thank the CEO for her leadership on this issue and getting the right people in the right places. You know, we've been working on this for 6 years or so, and it's finally come to fruition. It certainly was a great team to work with. I want to thank, you know, Anna Mackin and Schwen Malilla because of their work on it. Jared Schwass and Charlotte Scott, you know, for their legal counsel. Doug Dove, who was the engineer on this, really appreciate his work. He came out of retirement to really push this through. And Juana Espinosa from his team. And then also Sarah, Darlene, Katrina, you know, from county staff, who really all contributed. And there was actually a team of 12 people voting or counting the ballots today. It was really appreciated that they stepped up to do that. And Howard DeShield too for his work on it in the early goings of it. Really, it was a great county effort to get this to where people could really decide what they wanted to do with, you know, their emergency access routes and their safety of the community. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for your work this morning. We can move on to item 4E. Discussion and possible action, including direction to County Council to create an ordinance amendment to reduce the cannabis business tax by 40% for calendar year 2025 and by 35% for calendar year 2026. Supervisors Hashak and McGordy.
Yeah, the General Government Committee took this into consideration. It's a ongoing from, you know, we had a 50% reduction of the cannabis tax for several years, and it's going to expire at the end of this year. This would decrease that reduction to 40% this coming up year, and then 35% the following year. You know, it's really to support the people that are in the legal regulated system and to help them in this period of transition, because there's still a lot of you know, economic hurt associated with the regulated cannabis industry, and so this is a way of making that transition and giving people the incentive to stay in the program.
Supervisor McGordy.
I would just add to that, the other reason why I'm supportive of this at this point is that it's taken us a while to do our part of working on getting people permits and licenses. So I feel like we're moving along quicker now, and I think the progress that the Cannabis Department has made this last year is pretty phenomenal. And I feel like the industry is really starting to normalize some in terms of being able to operate as businesses. So I think it's fair still, though, to give them a break while we get everything squared away.
Okay, seeing no additional supervisors' comments and no public in the room, if you're on Zoom and wish to speak on this item, if you could please use the raise hand feature on the Zoom platform. Stephen Amato.
Hello.
You can be heard.
Hi, thank you all. My name is Stephen Amato. I'm president of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We greatly appreciate this is being considered. we definitely could use the help in our community right now, and it would definitely create incentive to keep people in the program at a time where they're having great difficulties, as many agricultural fields are. We would have preferred to keep the current one, but we understand, with the public finances, that the need to just do a slighter reduction than what's been in the previous, the last 2 years. We do, though, something that is unanimous amongst our community and all of our membership that I hear is that we really like to just move forward to something that really is a tax that demonstrates actual production being taxed. It's the portion of the true up that seems to be what we have the most issue with, that as time has gone on, it's become more of just a fee than an actual tax, and a fee that's pretty, what's in the books at $5,000 a year is pretty significant when you're not making any money, sometimes barely breaking even, not coming anywhere near the numbers in which that was devised at 8 years ago when, the price per unit was a lot higher and there was a lot different understanding. So we'd like to see if there's a way we can move forward in doing something that's more permanent, that should be really as a real reflective tax, the way everything else is taxed in this world, that's based upon actual production. And if this passes, this at least gives us some time to work on that collectively as a stakeholder group alongside with the county to do something that we could really start moving forward on, that obviously makes sense, with the legalities based upon that this was a voter initiative. But that way we don't have to continue bringing this back and forth to the Board of Supervisors, and we could just move on from the subject. Thank you for your time. Thank you for considering this, and thank the JGC for all the hard work that they're doing for us. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no additional comments online, so I'll come back to the board. Any board members with final comments? Supervisor Hashak?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That'll bring us to item 4G, the CEO's report.
Thank you, through the chair. At this time, I would like to submit the report as written. If there's any questions, I can take questions. And also, I'd like anybody to take a look at it. There's a lot in there about what the county is doing in the various departments and various activities that we're participating in. So thank all the departments for their report.
Thank you, Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah. One of the items in the state controller's audit was, one of the findings was about payroll. And I know that we've had some discussions about the payroll and the CEO's office taking over part of the payroll. So could you explain some of the checks and balances that are put in place? And payroll is the process of payroll.
If I may, through the chair. So I believe it was in September of 22, this board approved moving payroll from the auditor controller's office to the executive office. At that time, we began work with Client First and Tyler Muniz to create a functioning manual for the team. So we have 3 individuals currently that work in payroll. We've incorporated additional steps that are reviewed by HR. So HR has their portion of the process, payroll has their portion of the process. And then there was concern about the final approval process. There's so many folks, there are many folks at high level that kind of have access to be able to change pays and codes and things in the system. So we've reduced that down to 2 individuals that have the final pay that do not have that access. And that is myself as CEO and acting auditor controller, Sarah Pierce, are both signing off after the payroll manager and her team has completed the work.
So with the process, there's 4 different offices that have to sign off on payroll now.
Correct. 4 of us are participating in the process, yes.
Proper checks and balances.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional questions from the board about the CEO report, and I have no public in the room. I have no hands raised online, so we'll go to the legislative platform. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, one item that's come up is this AB 2223, and we see, we wanted to connect it to what our cannabis, legislative platform has. And this proposed technical assistance, which was 44 pages, I think, added just recently to the bill. So it really dramatically changed the scope of the bill, and it would allow the incorporation of intoxicating hemp products into the cannabis supply chain at every level, including interstate import and export of these products. And so the concern of the cannabis cultivators is that it will put our cultivators in Mendocino County at a very much a disadvantage. And so I'm just requesting a letter of opposition to this as it's written currently.
Supervisors? Supervisor Jordy?
I know we have latitude to send letters if it's consistent with the legislative platform. I'm not familiar with the portion relating to cannabis. It sounds like it would most likely fall into our existing legislative platform because it talks about supporting the local economy. So as long as the executive office agrees that it's consistent with their legislative platform, I'm all in favor.
Yeah, it has to do with the legislative platform wants to keep people into the regulated market. That's the connection there.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. We do you have an online comment?
Hello, Steve Amato again, president of the MCA. Yes, we do feel this is part of our coincides with the legislative platform, and it would be something that would jeopardize people staying in the regulated market if these products were allowed to be entered into the legal cannabis structure. I mean, they've already been doing a great damage to our entire framework throughout the state of California, and we're not necessarily against the sale of hemp products. We're just against them being sold without parity. We don't have the same benefits and ag privileges that hemp growers have, especially out of state. We can endure so much more costs and so many more, roadblocks and hindrances. It's ludicrous to have something like this be brought into our marketplace to really just put people right out of business for a lot of the products. A lot of people are moving towards making hash and manufactured products more than just regular flower. So this is something that would directly affect all cultivators throughout the state of California, but it'd be extraordinarily more impactful to a region such as ours. And we really appreciate this being brought up, especially by Supervisor Hashek. We're in full support of the letter in which he's putting out there that we think should be brought out to the governor and all the parties involved that are making this decision, that they should be aware there is opposition to this and what the impacts and unintended consequences of this proposal would be. Thank you very much, and I hope you guys make the right decision.
I think you have another online commenter, Hannah Nelson.
Good afternoon. I echo what Supervisor Hashtag brought forward, as well as the comments made by Steve Amato. And in particular, I hope that the direction can be to specifically direct a letter of opposition to the technical assistance proposed amendments. We have a tight time frame when the legislatures are going to be considering these kinds of amendments. So since the board is not meeting in August, we hope that the issue can be fully vetted and approved and a letter go out before the beginning of August. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Williams?
I mean, my only thought, I don't think it's agendized for consideration, but I think it fits within the alleged platform. So we have what we need.
I think that there's been direction, but I'll let County Council weigh in.
Charlotte Scott, County Council. I was just going to add, you don't need to act on this item. Your ledge platform policy, as long as it's consistent with the ledge platform, the CEO and supervisor can work with the chair to prepare a letter and send, and then ratify it at a future meeting. So that I don't think you need any specific direction. In fact, I would just leave it at that at this point, and you'll see that item when it comes back.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Clarification, will we approve it retroactively, or will we not approve it at all? will get sent. I don't want to hold them up while we're waiting for a September meeting.
If I may, through the chair, it will get sent. We will write it and we will send it because it's in line with the Ledge platform. So you will just be ratifying it at the next meeting.
Thank you. With that, we can move on to item 4I, Supervisors Reports. I'll start with you, Supervisor Williams.
No report. We'll wait for agenda items.
Supervisor McGordy.
No report.
Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I met with Environmental Health, and for the General Government Committee, they want to bring forward this, the micro enterprise home kitchen operation. And it's a question whether the county wants to opt in or opt out. So I'm just giving you a heads up that this will be brought to the General Government Committee, and we'll be dealing with that, and then it will probably go to the board as a consent calendar after we work it. Make some minor decisions, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I met with the museum and had their strategic planning implementation committee, and really good work, and I appreciate what Karen Madsen said earlier about what they're doing in this transition period. It's really important work, and we want to make sure that it's done right, because the museum's important to our county and who we are. So that's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Jordy.
So I think what I'm going to report is probably pretty consistent with the rest of you guys, but even though the board calendar shows that there's no board meeting in the month of August, I believe the rest of you, will be continuing to work all throughout the month of August, meeting with constituents, responding to constituent inquiries, and in my own case, I have 5 different publicly noticed meetings that I'll be attending, voting, and casting votes at. They just aren't Board of Supervisor meetings, but they're not on the calendar, but it's still all taking place in the great month of August.
Thank you. I don't have anything additional to add at this point. We will now move on to agenda item number 6, and we will adjourn to close session to hear items 6A, 6B, and 6C. We will reconvene no sooner than 2 p.m.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces, yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something, or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were gonna do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free, there's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá, cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y Más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit MendoReady.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent. and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support. And don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Part of being prepared is knowing your hazards and taking proper precautions. Visit mendoready.org. On the Know Your Hazards page, you can find hazards for where you work, where you live, and where your kids go to school. On the Plan and Prepare page, you'll find a plan template. It's important to know what you're going to do, what you're going to take with you, how you're going to communicate, where you're going to go, and how to get there.
One great way to prepare is to pack a go bag. Each member of your family should have their own go bag. Visit our website, mendoready.org, to get a list of items that should be in your go bag.
Gathering and organizing important documents before an emergency is an important part of preparedness. So visit mendoready.org today, where you can find a list of important documents that you should have ready near your go bag in case you have to evacuate.
Not every emergency requires people to evacuate. An emergency kit will have supplies for you to remain self-sufficient for 72 hours. Find a list of supplies for disaster kits on our website, mendoready.org.
A prepared community is a resilient community that will recover faster from disasters. So take some time today, visit our website, get yourself prepared so you can be Mendo ready.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa. porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
closed session on items 6A, 6B, and 6C. No reportable action. Meeting adjourned.